Terry, have you not had your coffee this morning? What's the matter with you? Getting a bit grouchy, aren't you?
He's ready.
Yes, we are ready. We're here. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. We seem to have a full panel. We have a new granddad.
Congratulations.
Only very new.
Very cool.
3:56 this morning. That's UTC.
About 5 hours. You've only been a grandpa for 5 hours.
Yeah, that's 5 hours. It's 25 hours. Seems like forever already.
Have you slept since you heard the news yet?
No.
Have you not?
I'd been struggling to sleep, so I went on VTW. Got really tired, so I went to bed. And about an hour later, the phone rang.
That is the way these things, yeah.
Oh, so have you had a little girl, little boy? I didn't ask. Little girl, little boy.
Little boy, Harry, because we knew it was a little boy because the number of scans that Rosie had.
Right.
There was no way that was going to stay unknown.
Yeah. So what weight was he?
£8 15 ounces. That's 4.05 kilos.
That's a chunky boy. He's chunky.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, big lad.
Yeah, well, welcome to the world, Harry. God help you. No, I'm only joking. Welcome to the world, Harry.
Yeah, welcome.
Cheers. He has started his first orbit of the sun.
Whatever that is.
Started his first orbit of the sun.
Whatever the sun is, yeah.
That's a good segue. What is the sun? Terry, do we know?
What is it?
Do we know what the sun is yet?
I was just typing in this peanut gallery, sorry.
Have you been there? Do you know what it is?
And I was just finishing off reading off the panel. There's Davros. We've got a Siphon Zero. We've got a Peter. We've got an old granddad. We've got a Commander Shadeye. That's Sheeples. We've got Uncle Meridian. That'd be no name. People change their names. How am I supposed to know who you are? Now we've got a virtual auntie. That's Pip. We've got not a farmer. Well, I know who you are. We've got a Finchy. We've got a casual spaceman. I don't know if your brain's working yet, casual. We'll give you another couple of weeks to see if it kicks in. And we've got My Mum Bakes Cakes. And we've got a Mippet. We've finally figured out a sound, but she hasn't got an avatar, but we'll let her off. Okay.
One thing at a time and all that.
Yes.
I think slowly but surely, I'm having as I drink my coffee, my brain cells are starting to connect to the rest of my body. I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Did you mention the virtual auntie?
And a virtual auntie?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. We still seem to be on this Sun series. We can't seem to get away from it. It's down to.
You mean you can't get away from it?
It's a big thing. Sun's huge.
Well, every morning I wake up and I look out and I'm thinking of ideas and all I see is this bright thing and okay, sun.
Yeah, exactly. The sun's always somewhere.
So last week we ran through the sun solar energy for using for solar panels and solar arrays and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So this week I think we'll do a little bit of weather to see how the sun affects the weather and what it does for the weather and does it control the weather. And reading from what I can read, this wouldn't be off the top of my head, I'm not that clever. The sun warms our planet, the surface, the atmosphere and bodies of water. The sun warms our planet, heating the surface, the ocean and the atmosphere. This energy to the atmosphere is one of the primary drivers of our weather. Our climate is also strongly affected by the amount of solar radiation received at Earth. Now we do have an image. Weren't you sharing that image at the same time? Which image was it? Yeah, that one.
I've seen that one before.
Okay, can
No, I don't think
somebody...
it's that one,
has
is it?
anyone got any eyes to see what's written there?
I'm still young. I have
Sure
eyes.
do. It's where would you like me to start?
Anywhere, doesn't matter where you... I don't know, it depends on what's relevant on here.
Well, you got the Earth's energy budget, then you have on the big square bit, you got the Earth's energy budget describes the various kinds and amounts of energy that enter and leave the Earth system. It includes both radiative and components, light and heat, that can be measured by sensors or series,
Yep.
and other components like conduction, convection, and evaporation, which also transport heat from Earth's surface. On average and over the long term, there is a balance at the top of the atmosphere. The amount of energy coming in from the sun is the same as the amount going out from reflection of sunlight and from emissions of infrared radiation.
Whoa,
Oh, wow.
that's really, really deep.
My mum, you sound like just like one of my science teachers from school. Exactly like that. That's how he used to talk. That's not an insult. He was very good at what he did. But just the way you talked, just sounded just like him.
Then you got
That was
latent
amazing.
heat, a change of state. Then you got thermals, conductive convection. Latent heat is at 86.4. Thermals is at 18.4. Then you have the emitted by clouds, 29.9. Greenhouse gases, atmospheric window, 40.1. Then you have emitted by atmospheric, 169.9. Absorbed by atmosphere, 358.2. Then you've got reflected by surface, 22.9, reflected by clouds and atmosphere, 77.0. Incoming solar radiation, 340.4. Absorbed by atmosphere, 77.1. Net absorbed, 0.6. There you go.
What's WM? Is it WM squared at the bottom, or
Yep,
values in
WM
fluxes?
squared, correct. And the average
Watts per
value is
meter
based
squared.
on 10 years of data. So that's been over 10 years.
What's that curved thing in the background? I can see at the bottom.
Oh, I wonder. It's the ball. It's flat.
That's the flat Earth.
That's it.
They took that picture with the fisheye lens.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's 2D
Casual,
image
do you know anything
of
about
photo.
fisheye lenses?
Now the
I know a
question,
little bit. I learned a little bit, yeah.
now the question to the panel is: we have
Somebody
clouds
trying
in-
to trigger Alan, are they?
No.
Told you, Alan, it wasn't my fault. I didn't know either.
So the question to the panel is: so since we've got clouds that seem to defy gravity, why does rain fall down? Because that doesn't include buoyancy, does it?
Relative density dropping.
Because
Density, my friend,
eventually
density.
the raindrops get big enough that they are no longer buoyant in the atmosphere.
Correct. Well,
Yeah, but they're
Actually,
only-
it's
but
also
they're
the
only
fact
going
that
back to where-
gravity.
They're only going back to where they came from.
Yeah, but the gravity of the situation is being misrepresented here. The molecules of the water get denser, and the gravity goes, "Come here," and it gets all Mortal Kombat on it and brings it back down to Earth.
Is it attracted by magnetism? Sorry, magnetism.
Electromagnetism, yes. That's,
No, get out.
that's all it is electromagnetism.
Not on,
No.
Places
not on a
gravity top to
macro
bottom.
scale.
Well, look, if we're going to get into the quark debate, right?
Terry, can I show you something?
Can we not?
Oh, it's the water cycle. We need the water cycle song.
Yeah.
We got Finchy so that he can play the guitar to play the water cycle song.
I didn't know there was a song.
What the hell is a water cycle
That's
song?
a water cycle song.
I'm not quite sure
Oh,
either.
there's a water cycle song.
I
Yeah.
expected to know the water cycle song. I thought I'd have a brief on the.
Finch didn't come on to play music. He came here to display his knowledge and
Sorry.
intellect.
I haven't come here prepared.
When Rosie was at school,
I've got
they
big brain
had
cells.
this thing in science class that their teacher, I don't know if their teacher wrote it or not, but it was called the water cycle song, and it basically helped all the kids learn water cycle
Never heard it.
because they basically all this stuff, all the points at the bottom were just the verses of the song.
No, all I heard was the sun heats up the water becomes vaporized, gets lighter than air, turns into clouds, then gets denser, then dumps the
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's hear that from David Edinburgh.
Would you like me to read this one, Terry?
In David Edinburgh voice.
Did you want to share something
okay.
first, or you can wait till after?
No, it's all right. No, you can wait. Mike can
I
wait.
could always
Unfortunately, I
curve
don't-
it for you.
Unfortunately, I
Use
don't
your
have a
David
Rosie
Edinburgh
here
voice.
to sing you the water cycle song.
Okay. The sun heats the ocean. Ocean water evaporates and rises into the air. The water vapor cools and condenses to become droplets, which form clouds. If enough water condenses, the drops become very heavy, enough to fall to the ground as rain and snow. Some rain collects in ground wells, and the rest flows through the rivers back to the ocean. There you go.
More
Well,
wonderment.
that's
More
quite simple.
wonderment.
Yeah, that's quite simple.
Yeah, pretty simple.
And we have a cloud, and we have a sun. We've got water. We've got
Ooh.
mountains. We've got rivers.
Got more water. More water.
And
Fishes.
I
that
can
picture
see
looks like
fish,
it wasn't
yeah.
taken with a
There's some
fisheye lens
seaweed.
too. That one's flatter. I like the look of that one better.
Yeah, the water's flat. Yeah, the
I
water's
really think-
definitely flat.
I really think that 4 could have been more dynamic. If enough water condenses, the drops become
Okay.
heavy enough to fall to the ground as rain and
would you-
snow.
Would you like me to do it a little bit more?
Yes.
If enough water condenses,
No,
the
I-
drops
Hang
become
on. We have to
heavy
give
enough
it
to
some
fall to the
arbitrary
ground as
numbers.
rain and snow.
And where's
That
your
better.
cherry tomato?
Yes,
I
very
still
good.
think it should be done in the style of Jeremy Clarkson.
Oh, I can't do good at Jeremy Clarkson. He's just
The
Put
sun
He's a-
link to the
he-
water
it's the
cycle
ocean.
song
There
for
is
you,
a
Hazel.
link. Yeah, I was just going to say there's a link to the water cycle song out the chat and in here. Whether it's Alan's water cycle song, we don't know.
I found something that makes the connection between the sun and the weather as well, from NASA. I'm sorry, it's NASA. I know, flat earthers. I do apologise. I'm sorry. Well, actually, no, I'm not sorry.
No, don't apologise.
Sorry, I'm not sorry.
Casual, were you expecting your paycheck this week or not?
Oh, sorry, Bridenstine, if you're listening. The energy that the Earth receives from the sun is the basic cause of our changing weather. Solar heat warms the huge air masses that comprise large and small weather systems. The day and night, summer, winter cycles in the weather have obvious causes and effects. Are there other more subtle ways in which the sun affects the weather and climate? Will the future climate, even our survival, depend on sunspots, flares, coronal holes, and other forms of solar activity? If so, can future trends be predicted? The effects of our currently observed changes. I won't read everything, don't worry, just the first couple
More
of paragraphs. is
wonderment.
pertinent.
More wonderment.
Okay. The effects of our currently observed changes in the sun, small variations in light output. The occurrences of solar particle streams at magnetic fields are very small in the Earth's lower atmosphere or troposphere where our weather actually occurs. However, at high altitudes, the atmosphere reacts strongly to changes in solar activity. The ozone layer at an altitude of 25 kilometers or 16 miles, and the ionosphere, which extends upwards in a series of layers above 60 kilometers, are produced by solar ultraviolet light and X-rays, which ionize the thin air at these altitudes. Although the visible light of the sun is stable, large variations in X-ray and ultraviolet radiation accompany solar activity, and these variations on the sun cause major changes in the ionosphere. Some meteorologists believe that the ionospheric changes in turn influence the weather in the lower atmosphere, but the physical mechanisms by which this may occur has not been definitely identified. There you go. There is much research underway or possible relationship between solar activity and the weather.
And with that, it's back to the studio.
I'm the casual spaceman. News at 10. Over to you.
Very good. Very good.
Well done. Yes, well done. Yeah, there's some big complicated words in there.
Yeah. So what they're saying is that we don't fully understand everything as to what the connection is between the sun and the weather patterns.
That's a
No,
good
they're
thing,
still fun.
Casual, because if we did, we wouldn't have anything to aim for, would we?
Well, that's true, of course. Yeah.
Like the flirts who seem to know everything and don't know anything what they're talking about.
No.
Hang on.
I found the old Farmer's Almanac.
YouTube search then.
Have you done the correct YouTube triangulation to cite all of this?
No.
Oh well then.
3 videos that agree with you. Oh shit.
Yeah. No.
I don't care if flirts don't agree with me.
Well, it's not about the flurfism, all right. It's the fact that your atomism is controlling your narrative, that you haven't been able to use the correct triangulation method of YouTube searches to actually get 3 different sites
It's giving
for
you a
everything
different
that may or
paradigm.
may not disagree with your agreement.
Oh, so in other words, we need YouTube videos to cite what I'm actually saying. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, well, that's the thing. You actually need
Read and
the
agree.
triangulation. You need 3
Yeah.
videos off YouTube that agree with whatever you're putting forth.
Yeah.
then
Okay, and
pass
that makes it true then. That makes it true then.
Yeah.
Because I
Well,
watched 3
look,
YouTube videos and it's true.
Look, if you've only watched 2 videos on the subject, you're not a professional.
Right, Terry, can you make 3 copies of this stream, please, and then we can then post them, and then there you go.
No,
It's
there's
all
got to
good.
be 3 different
Oh,
videos.
damn. Okay, 3 different people read this then, and then we'll post it.
No, it can't be on the same
That's just
video.
entry level expert, man.
Oh, damn. Davros, you're not making this easy, you know.
They've foiled you in every.
Look, if I left the goalpost where it was, it wouldn't be right.
No.
True.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's got that button on it, right? We talked about it today, Davros. This button
I
that says push
don't
in
know
case
whether
your
it's
argument is beaten.
I just don't know why they don't put bloody wheels on the thing.
Yeah, it
That-
does
that
have
bit
wheels.
looked
It doesn't.
interesting
It's
there,
got twin
Casual, back
STS
there.
boosters on it.
Yeah, it says.
Back
Sorry,
where
Terry,
you-
what were
back-
you saying, Terry?
Back there where you were, when you magnified it, there was a section. I think it was
On
climate through the
climate?
ages. Was that the next section?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
climate
was-
through the ages.
Yeah, go down to there.
Scroll up.
Scroll up.
You
Scroll up.
More one.
Where'd it go?
Yes,
Yeah, here it is.
There.
Yeah. Climate is the state of weather over.
More wonderment, Terry.
I think that's the one. Yeah, climate is the state of weather over a long period of times, tens of thousands of years. Long-term effects of the sun on Earth's weather are called climate effects. If the total output of radiant heat...
Sorry.
Need more wonderment,
There you
Terry.
go. I was trying to make it bigger for you and it went wrong.
More Edinburgh.
Off the button. You got a load.
More.
Sorry, Dad.
It's
Sorry,
a big,
Dad.
And you've still got to go
I
back.
wish
up
I
again.
could clip you across the ear roll, because I will.
It's a big if, Terry. It's a big if. You've got to really sell it.
Right. If the total output of the radiant heat and light from the sun, the solar constant, change with time rather than just the X-rays, ultraviolet and other fringe effects of our solar activity, the variations would affect the lower atmosphere directly and surely would change the Earth's weather and climate. But we still not know whether the solar constant has changed in the past or even if it has changed or if it is changing today. The necessary measurements are very hard to make with the required accuracy because of absorption and scattering of sunlight in the Earth's atmosphere. These measurements are unreliable if made from
The ground.
The ground.
the ground. Recently, techniques have been developed to measure the solar constant from space vehicles. There are now several instruments in orbit that are measuring the sun's output with an accuracy that should be sufficient to detect variations capable of changing the climate. Ooh, okay, so this is bringing up climate change, maybe. But we haven't had the correct instruments to get a variation of effects only on the ground, but they're saying in space they can do some measurements. But we've got here.
Remember, Terry, climate is constantly changing. It's just the only bit that's really a the only bit that is air quotes in controversy these days is the anthropomorphic contribution.
What does that mean?
The bit we add to it.
Yeah.
The fact that we've accelerated the increase in the change in the climate.
Yeah,
In space, no one can hear you measure.
Okay, so our studies with spacecraft craft are motivated in part by indirect evidence that long-term variations in the sun's light have actually occurred. Observational records show an almost complete absence of sunspots between the years 1650 and 1715. During this period, named the Maunder minimum for the English astronomer who first pointed it out, the sunspot cycle apparently ceased to exist. Historical sources attest to the fact that the weather in Europe was particularly cold during these years, in fact which would follow logically if the light from the sun decreased significantly during years when the sunspot count was low. Am I reading too slow? Sorry.
More wonderment.
No, you're
More
fine.
wonder.
No, that's
That was
fine.
fine, Terry. It was good. Thank you.
Sorry.
So there were some sunspots.
Well, Terry, I've
No,
actually
some-
pulled up.
But Terry, were you there when they did this test?
Between the years of 1650 and 1715? No, I think I was on holiday.
Mm.
Yeah, that was a period of time known as the Little Ice Age.
But it's like, what technology did they have back then that we have now? I mean, maybe they just couldn't see them.
So
Well, I've
we
actually got
know
an
that
article up,
sunspots
like,
have an effect because they reach the sun's
Can I
they
steal the
call it
screen?
the solar winds or
Give me the
all
screen. I
that
want to show you
reach.
something. Got something to show you. Pretty cool. Get that casual thing off there, please. Come on, casual. What are you doing?
All right, okay. Just need to ask, just
What?
casual. Can I share? Would be a nice thing to say.
I did. I
No,
said that. I said, can I
casual.
please
What
share?
about
No,
fisheye
you say
lenses?
no.
Oh, I
You
don't
say
know.
you say Terry. I want to share casual.
Terry, I want to share. Casual, please get off and
Yeah,
here we
there
go.
you go.
I'm doing it now.
I
Ah.
have. I'm off.
Bugger off.
This is more congested than the West of England.
Right.
Now, can we
No
tie
wonder.
this into the weather, or are we sort of backtracking
Well, this
a
is
bit?
this is on the sun. This is just the two satellites that have been looking at the thing for so long. I thought it might be pertinent.
Right.
They've got a
Mm.
pair of
Okay.
satellites actually watching it and can tell us when there's going to be a solar flare or something like that. When
Which
one happens.
which can affect our weather and things on Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think there was
Yeah.
one a couple of weeks ago. Myself and Philosopher of Nonsense, and I think Asher were having a chat over at the Black Site, and we were all having computer problems that day, just stuff really acting weird. And Phil said that he thought there was a flare that happened that day. I'm going to have to look that up to confirm that,
Yeah.
cite my sources and whatnot. But we were getting weird stuff. But yeah, these two satellites have been out actually observing the sun to give us a full-on look at it.
Yeah.
Stereo, what was it? A and B.
Just shout out to Professor Phil
Hi,
in the
Professor
chat.
Phil.
Hey, Professor
Thank
Phil.
you.
I'm in the middle of a presentation on the sun and light. No, we're doing a presentation on sun.
Read what it says.
But you guys are doing really well over the last few shows. I'm trying to make my presentation very accessible by the general public. Oh, we're doing really well. Okay, well, we've been going good. That's good.
But where the?
I'm glad. I'm glad.
I was
I'm
like,
glad-
read
I'm
it
gl-
there. Read it. Right.
What?
Fundament.
Where?
Read it.
Where?
Stereo A and B have been vital in helping us understand our sun. I'm trying the David Attenborough thing now.
No.
And then now the
don't,
mission
no, don't.
celebrated. Okay,
don't.
fine. Fine. Thanks. Shoot me down quicker than. Yeah,
No,
whatever.
no, I liked it. I liked it, Terry. It's full
I
of
liked it.
wonder-
I liked it. Carry on.
Full
Carry
of
on.
wonderment.
Carry on.
It's like an Australian David.
See, now I've
Attenborough.
lost it. Terry screwed me right. Hang on. Give me a sec.
Find it.
Screw
Stereo.
it. Yeah. So yes, Stereo A and B have been vital in helping us understand our sun, and now the mission celebrates its 10th birthday on October 25, 2006, which would be now 14 years ago. So this is obviously a couple of years old. NASA strapped 2 satellites onto a Delta. I wish we could strap some Flurfies to a rocket. Professor Phil, that's a question I want to keep. That's something I really want to discuss with you later.
What a waste of. That'd be a waste of a Delta 2. No, that's a good rocket. Don't do that.
No, strap one to the side. Actually, you could strap a couple to them.
Yeah.
Fill them full of helium. I've got it.
Go on, carry on.
And sent them skyward with an important mission to figure out what our sun is all about, given that it's the brightest object in our solar system. I had to think about that one. And the big ball of fire that I'm going to drop it now. The big ball of fire that keeps us alive. You'd think humans would know all kinds of stuff about our friend Sol. But of course, for most human history, we've been staring at the sun from one vantage point, and that's the soil beneath our feet. For the past decade, though, 2 satellites named Stereo A and Stereo B, part of the Solar Terrestrial Relations Observatory mission, have been traveling ahead and behind Earth's orbit to get a more complete picture of our sun than ever before. So yeah, it can take a picture from both sides of it, except for the rear, obviously.
That's why it's called Stereo A and Stereo B.
Very, very cool.
And yes, the results have been stunning. Here's a brief history of stereo and its many, many accomplishments.
You
It's
said
a bit
fire
like
in the sky. How can there be
that
fire in the
sounds a
sky
bit
if
like
there's no oxygen?
that seems a bit like Shield. Seems they've been trying very hard to make their initials spell something they want.
Yeah.
And of course, you've got the Parker Solar Probe, which is another probe that's gone
Yes, it is.
closer to the sun that's ever done before as well.
There
So,
was
yeah,
there was
yeah.
one back in 1976, but no one seems to remember that one.
Ah, well, you do.
We'll
You
talk
do.
about it later.
Fair enough. So yeah, no, I just thought that was something to bring up in regards to the sun. We can get back to the weather of it, but yeah, it's really interesting. I've been looking at the thing just about every day, really. I've always got the Himawari and these things open, and yeah, looking at the place. And I'll stop sharing now, so the casual or someone else can. We'll go back to whatever we were doing with the thing before, just because, yeah.
I found Farmer's Almanac.
Not mine.
Oh, okay. Not yours?
How could it be the
2019 version?
Really? Does it tell you how to use the stars to work out when to plant things?
I don't know. I just found it. I was looking for something.
Parker Solar Probe is getting closer and closer and closer, and then we're soon going to get some results. Stuff that once they collected all the data and analysed it a bit more, we're going to get some more data about the sun that we probably didn't know about before.
What part of 2.5 million kilometres do you want to be closer?
Well, the closest it's got so far is hang on a minute. No, that's travelled 11.6 million miles. No, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, it's going to get closer. It's going to get closer still. I think it's going to keep going and get closer until it gets destroyed. Pretty much.
We have a lot of crap out in space, don't we? Looking at stuff like a lot.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of space though as well, though.
There's a lot
the latest total I heard was 30,000 satellites.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Well, most of those wouldn't be active though.
No.
And they are a lot of them are gradually coming down into Earth and burn up in the atmosphere.
No, I don't think there's 30,000. Yeah. That came from a flurf.
Yeah. Well, no, he could be right. It's probably not far off. It's probably not far off it.
Something.
I think that's off by a factor of about 10.
Yeah, I think it's about 5.
You think?
We've got 4,000 or 5,000 tops.
Yeah. Well, but it depends on what you also class as satellites as well, don't you? I mean, like
I was just thinking that. Yeah, what do you
Well,
class as a satellite?
Classifying little tiny pieces of space junk, there might be millions of them.
So the official writing is since 1957, there's 8,378 satellites
have been launched. Currently, 4,994 are still in orbit.
Well, in fact, Professor Phil put 39 into orbit last month.
Yeah,
maybe more by now.
So that was as of the 20th of January. So you could probably add, I don't know, maybe 100 to that number.
Yeah.
Well, SpaceX have put 240 little ones in the last 6 months.
Oh, add 400 then.
Yeah.
You know, it's
so you're probably looking at about 5,500 that are currently in orbit.
Active. Yeah.
Well, no, in orbit.
So,
but that's a bollocks load less than 30,000, isn't it?
You've got to also remember that
fair enough.
Those numbers also include things like your deep transiting satellites as well, like your Voyager 1 and 2. And
poor old Spritzer.
Yeah, all the ones that we smashed into other planets. The ones
Mars, the moon.
Yeah, all the ones that had death missions, basically. You know, so the numbers, they're large, but they're nowhere near as big as the some of the flirts come out with. That's for sure.
No, yeah.
Cool. That's an interesting little breakdown here. This is as of the 30th of September last year. 2,218 operating satellites, of which 1,007 were American, 164 Russian, 323 were Chinese, 1,468 in low Earth orbit, 132 in medium Earth orbit, 56 in elliptical orbit, and 562 in geo. Of the US satellites, 35 are civilian, 620 are commercial, 163 are government, and 189 are military.
I should have known that because I did a video about that not so long ago.
Yeah, what's a
Get
fisheye
my
lens?
figures.
You're never
I
going
know what it is. That's why I made a mistake and realised.
Yeah.
Most importantly to those statistics and all of those facts and stuff that were just said, 5 of those satellites were launched from Australia.
Yay!
Upside down.
And 0 were launched from the UK.
I thought you were going to say New Zealand then for a second.
Yeah.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
there's been quite a few from New Zealand recently.
They have on the website I found a database in an Excel spreadsheet which I've just downloaded and opened up. And as you scroll down, you notice how many were launched from Algeria.
It's funny because the only things that the UK have managed to launch into space weren't launched from the UK, and they were only tin cans.
Correct.
Oi.
What?
Oi. Well, UK Space Agency do produce satellites, but they don't launch them
We just
for
don't launch them
obvious
from there.
reasons. Yeah, we just don't launch them in the UK. It's usually the
Yeah, look up
ESA
the
or whatever.
dust, look up the dustbin satellite.
Yeah, it's a bad
No,
it's a
no,
bad launching location from.
Don't be derogatory about the UK Space Agency, please, Davros. Thank you.
And a shout out to the Instituto Tecnológico de Costa Rica.
Yeah,
they've got.
I tell you what, if you go through the list of space agencies around the world, you'll be surprised, majorly surprised, which countries have a space agency. There's hundreds of the bloody
there's
things.
about 80 of them. There's 79, 80 national space agencies.
Yeah, anything from like Bulgaria to flipping, oh God knows, all sorts of countries.
Oh yeah,
You think,
there's all sorts of countries. You think really they've got a space agency?
I didn't know Great Uncle Bulgaria had a satellite.
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go. You just found 3 from the UK.
Anyway, we were talking about weather, weren't we?
Oh yeah. Let's get back on topic.
But we're talking about the satellites because they mentioned satellites here as well.
Yeah, they were recording the sun's
I was trying to work out this climate index. I'm only just randomly finding things on the internet. I don't know
reading
This the Old Farmer's Almanac, founded in 1792. I don't know what that's all about, but it must be something where they've been collecting data over the years.
Yeah.
So we scroll down. The defining feature of science that helps to make it so valuable is that as new information comes to light, scientific consensus changes, and what was once believed to be incorrect can become the new truth. But I can't understand this graph a lot, but got power 10 something at the side, W.
10 to the 11th power of watts. So that's an awful lot of wattage.
There seems to be a peak in 1959-60.
I wonder if that coincides when they were doing a lot of atomic weapons testing.
Interesting.
So yeah.
So I'm sure they were around about that time, weren't they? They were doing all sorts of, because isn't that the sort of era when you're looking at things like Operation Fishbowl and doing tests out in Bikini Atoll, and I'm sure that was sort of the late 50s.
But there is a definite pattern displayed there in that short period of time.
Yeah, definite cycles there.
So it's a power over time isn't it?
Now,
So,
several years ago, a research paper was published by some Russian meteorologists who believed they had discovered and defined a mechanism by which tiny changes in our solar output could have an effect on Earth's weather. They postulated that these changes affected the top of the Earth's atmosphere, an area known as the thermosphere, which was thin enough for these small changes to have an effect, and that these changes were then enhanced by a series of magnitude as they reflected into the troposphere. Oh, so reflected off
Yes.
one layer and then
Into
back
the
into
lower
another,
one. Yeah.
another
Isn't
layer.
it an 11-year cycle or something?
Have a look at the graph. It'll probably give you an indication of roughly how many years.
It's either 11 or 22. I can't remember.
Hey,
And-
so
and
the
it's-
the solar cycles are 22,
what's it,
22 year cycle, but it's not like you can't set your clock by it, so to speak.
No.
It's
No, it's not accurate. No,
it's nowhere near accurate, and it does miss years. It misses cycles. It is a rough guideline, for want of a better word.
well, it's pretty low now, isn't it? It's
And
100
recently,
years.
others have picked up on this research, and its concepts seem to be moving into the scientific mainstream. The SABER Sabre instrumentation aboard the timed satellite launched 17 years ago has provided data on the infrared emissions from carbon dioxide, nitric oxide, two substances that play a key role in the energy balance of air in the thermosphere. By measuring the infrared glow of these molecules, Sabre can assess the temperature at the top of the atmosphere.
Thermosphere climate index. Oh, okay. Measure the temperatures at the top of the Earth's atmosphere, although the Sabre reading over 17 years.
It's not that old, and it's only going to 2019, so fairly recentish.
So I think we could safely say that the sun has a big impact on the weather and the climate for sure.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure.
To be sure, to be sure.
Yeah, to be sure, this is hi.
Now go have a look at what happened to Venus.
Yeah.
You want to see weather?
Yeah.
Now that's
The fact
weather.
that a planet twice the distance as Mercury away from the sun is actually hotter.
But our
Due to
Anton says
weather.
there might be life in the atmosphere. Did you see that?
What was
In
that? Who?
Venus.
What?
Anton Petrov did a video yesterday. There could be
Yes.
bacteria living in the
Yes,
atmosphere.
because of certain bacteria that have been found at the sulfur lakes, and the fact that they are finding bacteria in lava flow fossils. That there was
And
actually
also-
live
Incredible.
bacterias.
And
Yeah,
what are
Very
those
interesting.
vents? What are those vents that they found in the deep oceans as well that come
Oh,
from
the
lava?
thermal
It's like
vents.
really, the thermal
The black
vents. Yeah, they
smokers.
found. Yeah, they found bacteria amongst that lot as well.
And
So
not to
there's
mention
actual
those
living
little,
organisms there.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
Crabs
little
and things
krill,
like that.
the krill that they found there.
In
No,
fact,
but actually, but actually, on the actual vents themselves, literally right
Yeah.
on them. Where it's
Yeah,
really,
yeah,
really,
yeah.
really hot
Yeah,
water.
there's,
Right.
there's
Little
animals
krill.
living there.
That live in those
The-
vents, in that
yeah,
plume.
the
In the
life
vents.
forms.
All right. Okay.
There are life forms that live basically very in
Out
or
of the
very
vent.
close to those vents.
Yep.
And they are believed to be the only life forms on the planet that do not rely on solar energy in any way to maintain their life, because they get all of their energy from the geothermal.
They're commonly called extremophiles.
Hey,
That's the
hey,
one.
hey. Leave those files alone.
That's
There's
just a colloquial
about
term
9
given to them.
No, I mean apart from a little bit of geothermal energy getting into the atmosphere, about 99.99% of all of the weather on this planet is generated by the sun.
Yeah.
Except in your personal dome.
Except in my personal. Okay.
Yeah, because in your personal dome, it is affected by your sweat and your bodily functions.
Yeah.
Well, depending on the bodily function will depend on high pressure or low pressure. Depending on those pressures will depend on which way your Coriolis works. Because it's in
Can I-
your
can I ask-
independent reference frame.
Can I ask a question? Does my camera get its own personal dome?
Well, of course.
Well, look, okay, so have you seen Travis's photos?
Yeah.
Which one?
God, I hope never to see. I
I
really
believe
one?
he's got
'Cause I
an
really-
opacity to his personal dome, which gives him
You mean the
shitty
blurry
focus.
one?
Yeah.
They're all blurry.
that poor camera. It's
Exactly.
He's taken one photo and focus yet, has he?
Nope, I doubt it.
He tried to
Is
tell.
this?
Hang
I've
on.
heard this personal dome stuff being bandied about. Is that actually an actual thing that floats are believing? Seriously?
Yeah.
Some of them.
That's
Really?
They have
how
to.
come the stars and everything. And
Jason does, I think, doesn't he?
it's
Is
meant
it
to
Jason that
explain
says it?
everything. It's meant to
What's the
explain
address
the
of the
sunset.
rock that
Yeah.
you live under, Casual?
Mhm.
Exactly.
Or maybe he just doesn't engage with Fliff.
Well, last
I
one
don't,
he
but-
engaged with, he went bloody mental at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's not
Yeah.
go there.
No, let's not.
Mm.
I have
You
a word.
deserve it at times, though, Casual. I'll tell you. They just throw spanners in the works.
Yeah, like fisheye lenses.
Throwing around your logic. What do you expect?
You can't be firing logic at people and not expect to get some form of recourse.
But they never answer questions, though.
No, of course they don't.
So
No.
hang on, how does it go?
Sounds a lot logical.
You're going to have to rephrase your questions as my answers are limited.
Yeah, but don't forget, Davos. After I asked the question, you rephrased the question, and he still wouldn't answer the question.
Nope. Hello.
I know. What the hell?
Because
That's
we
going to
all
be the most annoying ringtone in history.
because we all know he couldn't answer that question. He couldn't answer yes, and he couldn't answer no.
And even when
You
you
know?
simplify it,
He still wouldn't answer it.
no. And actually, we had a similar thing with Matrix Media today. He asked for a simple explanation of gravity, and I said acceleration to the planet. Then I said acceleration toward the planet. Then it was an acceleration of matter towards the planet. Then it was like each time we had to make a more extensive explanation. And then, because all he wanted was the layman's explanation of gravity, which is the acceleration of something towards the planet.
Which planet, Davros?
The planet.
Our
The planet. The planet. Do you
No,
live
there
on
isn't
another
the
planet?
You
There
got
isn't
to
the
put it
planet.
in
There is.
in Matrix language, though, Davros. That's what you weren't doing.
Okay.
Can't say
So what would the Matrix language in this be?
Shit fall down.
It's about the long and the short of it, yeah.
Yeah, shit fall down. There you go.
Shit fall down.
These ones are small, but they're over here. The ones out there are far
away.
Far away.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Right.
Oh.
We've
Alan?
been pulled down with
Alan?
Alan.
Alan. Alan.
Granddad.
No,
Granddad.
Granddad.
you didn't do the soundboard. What's the matter with you?
Daytime? Nighttime.
No.
No.
Nighttime.
Right, Terry, what are we looking at here?
Fine, admin.
Or is he making
Well,
coffee?
read what it says. Read what it says, sheeple.
Yeah, I know. I tried to. I know. I tried to give you the hint by being subtle.
Yeah. As I say.
There's a topic in
Tilt of the earth.
this
There is.
Yeah,
We
the
lost
tilt,
you.
the tilt of the Earth.
Is that the flat Earth?
Presupposing it. It was just inserted in there.
Where's your R value?
What
Yeah.
affects
Just here.
weather? and
R value.
There are two major factors that affect the overall environment and climate. The tilt of the Earth in relation to its orbit around the Sun. The direction of that tilt that changes as the Earth travels around the Sun.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Citation.
The fact
You're,
that
you're reading it? You're reading it?
Well, you,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's CGI. I mean, that's clearly
yeah,
not
but
real.
it's the fact you all
CGI.
lean a little bit to the left.
You know, I get a bit.
Well,
You know,
Yeah.
What
Terry's
the
at the
hell
ice
is that
again.
Who's got a
noise?
squeaky chair? Yeah.
Terry's
someone's
doing
making coffee,
Coffee.
with the beans. Okay, it's all
Look,
it
I
is.
know what I'm doing.
It's ice.
Do you?
Yeah, no, we can hear it.
We know
Really?
you know what you're doing.
All right. Is there a coffee symbol on your name?
That would normally
yeah,
entail.
I've got a few things on my side.
No, you've just got a sharing.
Yeah, wouldn't that enable a mute if you're going to be Mr. Noisy Man?
Right.
Do as I say, don't do as I do.
Yeah, we've read all that now.
Okay. So the tilt of the Earth has something to do with it then.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, you just inserted that.
Oh. Yeah, I just
Yes,
typed it out
The
then and put
citation
a
needed.
background in it.
Citation.
Tilt
I-
of the
I
Earth
already
I
makes
said
a
forgot-
the
lot of-
citation is that you've always leaned to the left.
Yeah, but if we're upside down in Aussie, do we tilt
No,
to the
no.
right?
No, you'll lean to the left.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a cardboard cutout.
Jeez.
That's
Okay.
right.
What, you think
Finally-
you have the
finally.
right to lean in the opposite direction just because you're in a different hemisphere? Jeez.
The
Yeah, because
original,
we're
the
driving
original,
alongside the road. Don't you remember?
the original, the original blue marble photo taken by Apollo 17 on the way to the moon, I might add,
Yes,
proves the
on the
tilt of
way
the Earth.
to. Yep.
Proves the tilt of the Earth because you can see the solar ice pack.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, you guys and your presuppositions, I don't know.
Yeah, but were you
Right,
there?
yeah.
Did you go on that trip?
Did you take the picture?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
there. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I took it. I took the picture.
The
I
original
took a
blue
picture with my.
marble.
I took a picture in 1972 with my camera phone.
Your
My phone,
P900.
obviously. No. It was my
That's a
my Android phone.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
when,
that was
when,
just
when he
a-
was
1972.
2.
It wasn't
Yeah.
the P900.
Yeah.
He was 2, and he
I
made
was
it into
2,
the
yeah.
astronaut program.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Can you prove I didn't?
Well,
See, you can't.
it was
Yeah.
very
Wasn't-
clever because it was the reduced weight on board the Apollo by having it
But
crewed
you
by partially
freely
crewed by
admitted it.
babies.
You freely admit it wasn't the holy P900, so it can't be
Oh.
counted.
Tilt.
Pretty picture.
There you go.
pretty
You can see the South Pole ice
Oh,
pack.
But what's
Where-
your
where's
reference?
the
What's your
wall?
reference frame?
It was Australia in that
The
picture.
Apollo 17 spacecraft.
It was
Yeah, but
China
how
in
do you
that
know
picture.
that was straight?
What?
Eh?
Or
Eh?
what
'Cause
pitch
it's a
was
full
the
disc
what
image.
pitch was the rocket at, and what was that using as its frame of reference to
It
know
was
that
somewhere in
that's the
Australia
tilt?
that year. It was
It
somewhere
had
in
no
Australia
rocket
when
attached
the
to
A
it, but I
full
don't know.
Earth, therefore the sun is pointing directly at it. Therefore, it must
The
be
sun
summer
behind.
in the summer. It must be summer in the southern
I
hemisphere.
was waiting for you to say in the summer
Because-
hemisphere.
Winter in the northern hemisphere. Therefore, that's why we know that the Apollo 17 spacecraft was launched in December of
it's an artist's
1972.
Good night,
Yeah,
scientist. He's leaving.
Night, rocket scientist.
because it's a nice
Whoever you are.
full Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you know it wasn't a fisheye lens?
It's a beautiful
Oh.
picture, is what it is.
Look at the barrel
It wouldn't
distortion on that.
matter.
It is a
It
beautiful.
wouldn't matter.
It
no,
would
it
not
wouldn't.
matter if it was a fisheye lens.
No, look
Zoom
at
in
that
on-
barrel
zoom in on
distortion
that.
of the Arabian Gulf.
Go left.
I mean,
Go left.
geez.
There's a dot on
Go
the
left, left, left.
Davros.
Down.
Go
There's a
left.
dot there.
No, go left.
Davros.
Down a bit.
What's that? What's that
Look.
black thing?
It's a black satellite.
Yeah, what's that? No,
Uh,
left. There
That's
you
probably
go.
a bit. That's probably a bit of the
That's the
fourth
booster.
stage.
Yeah, that's the boot. Yeah,
That's a bit of the rocket.
Cool.
that's the second stage.
Second stage,
I would
yeah.
think.
Where am I going?
Oh, cool.
No, you had it
Where do you want to look?
everywhere.
Very cool.
I wonder if we can find the
Beautiful
word
photograph.
sex in those pictures. In the
I can't
clouds.
see the word sex in there.
Yes,
You look
because it's not
long
there.
enough, you'll find something.
Oh,
Found
look,
it.
there's the South
Hang on,
Pole
hang
ice
on.
cap.
Pareidolia-
Look, there's a
pareidolia
dragon!
setting.
And a fish.
Alan.
Did you say fush? Did you say fush?
I did say
It's-
fish because
the
it was in the
There's a
south.
push.
There's one thing I'd like to mention about fisheye lenses. There is one object that you can photograph with a fisheye lens without any visible distortion,
A fish?
as long as it is centered. As long as it is centered in the center of the frame,
Is that
An eye.
and
And what would
that
that
is
be?
a sphere.
The Earth.
Fear. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Alan. That's good information to have. Yeah, of course it's not going to barrel distort, is it? Because it's in the
His
middle,
name
it's
is
in the center of the
Grandad.
frame, so therefore you won't get any.
That's
you go.
awesome.
That's that, and that is the original as well. Because look how crap it is. Because there's been several other copies of that have been enhanced. But that's
Yeah,
you
there's
can
sort
tell
of a
that's the
just
original.
contrast
The
between
original,
them.
yeah.
Whereas that is there's a sequence of about 4 or 5 of those.
It's
And if
also
you
the
follow
fact
the
they didn't
sequence-
have a color palette to work off because that's the original color palette.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
There's one picture that has a caption that says that the only person not in the frame of the entire picture is the guy taking the photograph. Makes you. Same with this. Like the guys on the spaceship would have been the only 3 guys not visible alive at the time in the frame of that photograph.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the photos taken by probably by Michael Collins, wasn't it?
See the
Yeah, it was a Michael Collins picture
Yeah, might have been. Yeah.
where he was the only person not in the photograph.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, dash knots on the moon and the Earth in the background. That's right.
That's it.
So this is like the edge here. You reckon?
Do you know, I always feel a bit sorry for those command module pilots because you've gone through astronaut training, and in most of their cases they'd been on Gemini flights. You get selected to go to the moon, and oh, by the way, you're the one of the 3 who doesn't actually get to walk on the moon's surface.
I know.
I would disagree with you. I think they were still felt very privileged to actually still do that anyway. So I don't think
Jim Lovell went to the moon twice.
Yeah.
And still didn't get to walk on it.
Yeah, well, that was because of what Apollo 13.
Yeah,
but if Apollo 13 had worked out, he probably would have done.
Well,
he would have
exactly,
done for
but
sure.
he didn't.
Yeah.
So because even in the Apollo 13 film, that one of the other 2 says to him, "Do you want to come and have a look?" He said, "No."
Yeah, well, after Apollo 13, he decided he wasn't going to do it again. He retired shortly after that.
Yeah.
I would have snuck out and took a selfie.
Moon.
Yeah, exactly. He just wasn't going to. He wasn't going to try again. He wasn't going to tempt fate. I don't think.
No, but I mean that must have
and that was his choice. That was his choice. He didn't sort of say it. I want to go. I want to go. I so desperately want to go. Nah, he wasn't prepared to put his family through that again.
Ooh, pretty.
Pretty.
I like that.
Oh, that's,
the ISS.
No, that's a hell of a
oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Oh, that's beautiful.
Cracking.
So that's our sun.
Oh, whoever's got that, can you send me that picture in Discord, please?
Yeah,
Ditto,
sure.
please. Yeah, same, Sheeple.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Sheeple.
That is awesome,
Beautiful.
man.
TIE fighter.
That's beautiful.
TIE fighter, yeah.
TIE fighter, yeah.
That's why they call it. Yeah, we're looking at it like that.
That's not Death Star.
It gives you an idea, right? It gives you an idea of like how massive the sun is.
Yeah.
It is a Death Star though. If we didn't have an atmosphere, it'd be dead.
True enough. Yeah.
And to think how far away the ISS is from the sun at that moment.
Well, that sort of makes me think about weather on other planets. Jupiter rains diamonds, doesn't it?
No,
it was one of the theories, but I don't think they've ever managed to prove that
it
one
was
way or the other.
conjectured that the core of Jupiter would be a giant diamond.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I didn't hear that one.
It's still conjecture. It's still
It
conjecture.
is,
I'm
yeah,
gonna have
there's
to
no
find
way
you
of knowing.
guys a particular video that was done by Thoughty2. What he has is a video of the 10 strangest exoplanets discovered. One of them is an encrusted diamond planet.
Oh, yes, please.
They think.
If
I
they
don't know for
got,
sure.
hang
No,
on, but listen to this. All they would need is one truckload from that planet to make all the diamonds on Earth worthless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they'll be D-class. That's
It'll
why.
be so. If it was true, it'd be so pure and so flawless that.
Yeah,
A truckload? What are you talking about? A bucket load would pretty much devastate it.
yeah, D-class is the highest level of diamond, and
You see, diamonds themselves
they look like
aren't
glass.
intrinsically that expensive, are they?
No, it's a rarity.
Well, it's because it's a
they're
rarity.
not that rare either. The market's been artificially inflated.
The diamonds quality is based on inclusions.
I don't care. I like them.
Yes,
So
the least
how
amount of
much-
inclusions, the more expensive they are.
Exactly. How much light goes through it and gets out is based on its quality.
Clarity.
But exactly.
The clarity is the number one.
I used to, I don't want to dox my family, but basically the New Zealand has diamond distributor here, jewelry owner of all the building, all the shops and everything like that, and makes her like the 6th biggest jeweler in the world, and she's got a D-class diamond, and it's it's a princess cut, so it's the most cuts you can have on a diamond, and it literally looks like a frozen raindrop. When she took it out of the box, and it was sitting on blue velvet. It's like 100-year-old diamond, and
wow.
she, like, since it's been cut, and she held up the box, and you could see through the diamond and see the velvet clearly on the other side. It just, at first glance, it just looks like one of those fake crystals, but when you look at it, it's just, when the light hits it, it's something else. It really is.
When the light hits your eyes, like
We've got a wannabe flat earther out in the peanut gallery.
Who is it?
A wannabe flat earther.
Oh, wannabe.
Yeah.
Who?
It's a definite wannabe flat earther.
Oh, some bugger called Stingray. I see him.
Yeah,
That guy.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
He's got a
He's
model,
trying to pull you up on that photo you were just showing of the Earth.
Right.
Well, it's the guy that thinks he can do a flat Earth map and reckons he's got gravity and the sun worked out. My God.
I need to talk to Stingray, actually.
Well, as a matter of fact, if you go and answer the front door, you might be able to.
But it's not
what
related
happened?
to the sun.
Dropped out too quick.
Getting back to
Get
this.
back in here. Just because I
I've got a
didn't
quick-
answer the
quick
door
question.
straight away.
You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
Here he is again. Right. As I said, go and answer the front door.
Okay, so who wants this picture of the ISS and the sun? I sent it to Casual and Cypher. Who else
Okay.
wants?
I screen grabbed it and stuck it in.
Okay, guys. So this isn't me being a flat earther. This is me saying that the focal length, aperture, and filter requirements to capture both those elements makes no sense to me. That's
Good.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying.
Hello, Stingray.
I'm not saying the Earth is flat. Hi, Pip. I'm not saying the Earth is flat.
Just comes in straight away hot like someone else we know. What's his name? Chemo. We'll call you Chemo now.
Hello.
You
ballers. Here's a question for you, Stingray. Do you know where that photo was taken from?
No.
Right then, it wasn't taken from the surface of the planet.
Oh, was it not? Yeah, but still, the issue there is, you can kind of speculate that because of the atmospheric distortion, and getting a clear picture of the sun like that is pretty impossible through the atmosphere. But that's not my problem. My problem is the distances. If it is taken outside in Earth's orbit, and that means you're very close to the ISS.
Did I say it was taken from Earth's orbit?
You can see the ISS in it. The point is quite simple. The ISS and the distance from the camera is insignificant compared to the distance from the camera to the sun.
Oh, someone's got a problem with perspective.
Oh, demonic! Stop it.
My issue is I don't think you can take that photo.
Yeah,
And I'm really surprised. If that is a real photo.
I'm sorry, but I'd have to agree. If you have a look at the photos that many people have taken of the lunar transit of the ISS on Earth, my goodness, that
Mike Pip.
the actual
Sorry.
picture of the ISS seems somewhat very small in comparison to what it should be if you use that as a point of reference in comparison to the sun. It was out of proportion. It didn't.
I would like Alan to comment on this. He's a photographer. What do you think, Alan?
What,
Alan?
the ISS photo we just saw with the moon, with the sun.
Yeah.
What is by
Hang on
NASA?
just a minute.
Did you hear what Stingray was saying?
It was by NASA.
Okay, so I've found something that supports what I'm saying. It's actually 2 images. It's not by that much of a reputable news outlet, though, but I'm still looking.
Just search in ISS transit of the sun, and then go into images, and then you've got incredible photo of ISS transiting the sun featured by NASA.
Yeah. However,
Yeah, that's
I've got two of them now. I've got the original, and I've got the one with the ISS inserted on it. And I am absolutely I'm saying I'm 99% correct now. In my assertion, I've found the 2 separate images. For one thing, you cannot get a shot like that of having that much focus on the ISS. And that much focus on a distant thing with a sun filter on it, the thing just makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Well, the thing was more about showing the sun itself, because that's the topic of today. And I was just going through my archive of what I've gathered off of Discord servers and things like that.
So I'll just post a link of the original without.
It's not about debunking the photo, but I get it.
Yeah, I found the original that it was inserted on top of. So there you go. That's all I came in to say. It's not a real. Well, it's a real photo, but the 2 things are not in the same photo. It's 2 real photos.
Is it the sun though?
Yeah, and it is the ISS.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's just you cannot take a photo like that.
Well, regardless of how many filters or what kind of filters you put on whatever instrument user uses to take a photo.
Beg to differ.
Well, you can beg all you want.
Okay.
What is your objection then?
A picture from amateur astrophotography showing the transit of. Well, that's actually really cool. I'll just copy the link for this, and I'll send it
I
via
think
Discord.
that's where I am just now, Claire. The
I'll send
photographer's photo.
Yep, I'll send it via Discord.
Why don't you share it on the screen here?
Rainy colour Cursio or
Because
something.
I've found it on my tablet, and I'm just sending it via Vids for homework. I'll just put the link in there. That way Terry can fetch it.
There's another one with it at the bottom as well.
Who's sharing the screen at the moment? Is that Terry? About
Well-
global warming he's looking at in Wikipedia.
Wait a minute.
What's the topic?
Well, yeah, I know. I'm not disagreeing with you, Sherry. I'm just asking who it was that was sharing.
Yeah, I'm trying to just find something to do with global warming and climate change. That's only Wikipedia's.
I found it
definition.
says to produce the image Cola Cursio and superimpose 2 different photos that were taken at the same time, one of the space station and another that captured the details of the sun.
At the same
So
time.
Dean
That's
could be
pretty cool.
right.
Well,
Yes.
I mean, if it's 2 photos on top, I don't care. It still looks great. I think it looks beautiful. I don't care.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, it does, and don't get me wrong. That second
Yeah, I know.
that second stuff that what gleam what
Oh,
The Gleam Fleet researchers.
Field.
What?
No, look, okay. So what does the middle word say? What does the middle word say?
Field, but
Field.
it's-
Okay, so what is it a misrepresentation of?
I don't know.
So how do you spell a field that
burning
you'd
something,
find
Dave?
a horse in?
Well, yeah, not like that.
Yeah, but it's flurf speak, right? So
Right,
like
okay.
being abandoned. If you
Have you
understand.
named yourself that then from now
Oh,
on?
it's just no. I just swapped my nickname in Terry Server to that. That's all.
Okay. No.
I forgot I
so
was still on press to talk. From what's just been said, so it's a composite, like many photos of stuff in space. It's a composite because you can't necessarily get the right exposures or etc.
It's
To be able to
photosynthesis, it
record
has to be.
both items.
yeah. But however, the one that Gleam Field researchers just posted in Discord, I look at that and I can accept that, but there are distinct differences in levels and detail.
And position as
talking
well,
about
because
the blue marble.
trying to resolve that ISS that close to the edge of the sun, you would have got shadow aberrations happening.
If you, I've just dropped a link on the internal chat of Zoom. If you click onto that page and you scroll down to where it's got the large picture of the sun, that will give you a more size relative indication of what the ISS should look like as it passes past the sun from the Earth. Understanding that the ISS is 400 odd kilometers from us, if that photo was taken from out of our atmosphere, that would make the ISS super huge.
Yeah, without a doubt, yeah.
Right? So you would be closer to the ISS in comparison to the sun.
Yes.
Actually, Peter, depending on the position, depending on the heights of the orbits of the two craft and the position of the sun, you could actually get things set up so that you could take a photograph that was essentially the ISS transiting the sun with the ISS at 400 kilometers, just like it is from the surface. Because remember, it's only 400 kilometers from the surface of the Earth. If you are looking straight up, if you're looking at in any other direction, it is further than 400 kilometers away from you.
The only problem with taking those photos, Alan, and I don't disagree with you, yes, you could do it, is you're going to have a dirty big rock in the way.
Well, not necessarily.
You're going to have to take it on an angle where the sun, the ISS, and you line up without any Earth in the way, and to get those angles.
I'm sure you could arrange that.
I'm sure you could. I'm just saying it's not something you could just magically make it work all the time.
Just don't get a flurf to do the numbers for you.
Especially getting that distance away from the ISS, it would become tricky, shall I say?
I was going to say because let's face it, at an altitude of 400 kilometers, getting 400 kilometers away from something and then getting it transit the sun for you isn't huge, isn't a great ask.
There's an app for that.
Anywho,
yeah, you'd still have to be you'd still have to be in just the right place, as you have to be to get a transit when you're on the surface of the Earth, of course.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it is. It's not that hard to be able to have three objects that line up. Two of which are only 400 kilometers apart, and the other one is essentially at infinity.
Do you guys get the feeling that maybe we've been debunking shitty flirt photographs too long?
What? So that we know all this stuff off the tops of our heads? Probably.
I don't know about you,
because
Blue, but
now
I'm
we're
learning.
debunking
I'm
really
learning
pretty
from the other end.
photographs.
Yeah, I'm picking stuff up definitely myself. Listening to all of this, it's brilliant.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm learning how to obfuscate a point to make you doubt yourself the way a flirf would.
And
that's
what's
dangerous.
what's the point of that other than being a pain in the neck?
Well, it's the fact that I can then use that against them.
But you've already got that down pat.
Yeah, but why do it against us when
Because it
we're the
gives you
wrong
guys
target? No.
talking points.
Yeah, but you've got to not argue when you're just arguing for the sake of arguing to cause an argument, because that's what they do.
Yeah, but we've got nobody else to do it.
I'll go over to Jim Peters if you want to do that. Jeez, there's
didn't
plenty of
come here
you.
for an
I triggered him using the word twit. I triggered Scott Veach using the word twit, talking about Dallas Dave. I think that was a perfectly reasonable.
I'll tell you what. Let's get back on
Back
topic.
to
then, Terry.
weather.
Back on topic.
Yeah, back to the weather. Let's get back to the topic.
Huh? What was the topic? What was the topic? Is there a topic?
Something about weather, Terry.
There's a new person in
Yeah.
chat,
Ah.
Terry. He's grey. Let's all say hello to Mozza.
Hello,
Alice
Mozza.
Mist. Hello there.
Hello, Mozza.
And Professor Phil's in the chat as well.
Still.
I've
Professor
got a
Phil,
nice sun question.
Oh, Stingray's back.
I've got
Excellent.
yeah. My sun question.
Make it quick.
Yeah. I want to ask. I want us all to ask flurfers, because if they're not going to accept reality, at least try and teach them some basic trigonometry. It doesn't matter how high you think the sun is, how close it is, or how far. If we call it 1 sun unit above our heads, when it's above, or the closest it can be is directly above on somewhere on the flat disk. How many sun units does it need to move to get to the last degree of our vision on the horizon? And
Good question.
It's a brilliant trigonometry question that anybody can answer. And the follow-up to that is brilliant. At what point along those 62 sun units, I think it's at, what is it, at 60 degrees, it will have decreased by half its size at that, just using basic trig and perspective. Can you explain this? But once they've done the trig themselves, it's kind of impossible.
But Stingray, they don't do trig. I haven't seen the flirt do trig yet.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah.
If I've got to try.
Okay. There
one
may
and
be some
one.
issues here. There may be some issues, but I'm saying we could
Math
try
isn't
anyway.
real. What are you talking about,
Oh,
sorcerer? Get out
The
with your satanic
reactions,
sorcery.
the reactions I got when I posted a picture that had some trigonometry and some geometry of a circle in it, the comments I got on it was like, "What's all this bollocks? What's this shit? We don't do this shit. What, you trying to get us to do some maths?" It's like, oh my goodness.
I mean, the Mr. Word from Phuket put out a a square frame trying to say that.
Yeah, we saw that.
No.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Moron.
We debunked
90
that in a
degree
few
corners
minutes.
equals 360 degrees. Yeah.
With a couple
All
of
back to
actual
circle.
straight lines on it.
I still love Flat Earth Data, or Right the Hand, or whatever the hell you want to call him, who says maths can't represent reality and you can't use maths to predict anything. And that's like
the complete opposite of what it does do.
Yeah, no, but the weirdest thing, it was on Jose's show, and I was working in the background. But the absolute weirdest thing when I heard that statement, and who is it? Matrix Media backed him up. I had to step in and say, "Look, guys, I've got something to add to this. Right now, I'm working with a vision neural network, and it's being trained. Yeah, it's been trained to store images and do filter passes to construct 256 dimensional arrays of what it's seeing with these filter passes to create a tensor strand, and then I'm using the camera to do the same, and then doing a distance between the two to predict what the camera's seeing." How is that not just completely wrong to everything that you've just said? And they just don't accept it. It's like, you have to be in the medieval ages you have to disregard all of this, all the advancements of human society and technology, and just say no, we're back to using sticks and rocks. Now what can we do? And it's like,
but
no,
Stingray,
that's not how the
when you
world
mentioned
works.
the medieval ages, back then they used trig to build their castles.
Oh yeah, well yeah, of course
They
did.
used sticks and rocks, yeah.
I think I'm
Bloody
insulting.
Egyptians.
I think I'm insulting them with calling them flurfs. Damn.
Yeah, the Egyptians used bloody theodolites to build the bloody pyramids.
Oh, did they?
Of course they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Stingray, I'm going to send you a question that I received about a computer and graphics cards on your Discord. So please look at it when you get a chance. I said you were the man to talk to.
Oh, graphics wise, probably yeah.
Definitely.
And back on topic.
Yeah.
Sorry, Terry.
Just before you
The
went away
sun's
again.
magnetic field may have a significant impact on weather and climatic parameters in Australia and other countries in the northern and southern hemisphere. According to a study in geographical research, the droughts are related to other solar magnetic phases and not the greenhouse effect. There you
Oh,
go.
that's a
Now,
big
casual.
that's a big claim.
Casual, you got the
Yeah.
hemispheres. So when you put two hemispheres together, what do they create?
What? Say again.
Yeah.
Is that a
Sphere,
trick
yeah.
question?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, yeah, exactly. Yeah, hemisphere. Yeah, of course. Yeah, two spheres together. Two
Anyway.
hemispheres together.
Do they create a Chrysler?
Anyway, the Earth's not a sphere. It's a
Oblique spheroid.
It's a regular polyhedron with an infinite number of sides.
No, it's a pair.
Infinite
It's a pair.
complex plane.
It's a pair.
Oh, don't go into this again. We're getting off topic again.
Professor Phil, you're more than welcome to come in if you're not busy, but at the moment we're just putting up with whatever we find as information. If you disagree, well, we'll just have to get around to that.
I was shouting. You guys.
It does say the sun's magnetic field may have a significant impact on weather and climatic parameters.
Yeah, may.
May. It doesn't say it has.
Yeah. Okay.
So Professor Phil,
Pip,
come in and say.
Pip, I muted you because you keep making noises through your mic. Okay.
God damn it.
Okay.
The study uses data from 1876 to present to examine the correlation between solar cycles and the extreme rainfall in Australia. It finds that the Southern Oscillation Index, SOI, is the basic tool for forecasting variations in global oceanic patterns, and rainfall fluctuations recorded over the last decade are similar to those in 1914 to 1924. Professor Robert G.V. Baker from the School of Environmental Studies, University of New England, Australia, says the interaction between the directionality of the sun's and the Earth's magnetic fields, the incidence of ultraviolet radiation over the tropical Pacific, and changes in sea surface temperatures with cloud cover. Could all contribute to an explanation of substantial changes in SOI. Lost my place from the solar cycle fluctuations. If solar cycles continue to show relation values to climate patterns, there is the potential for more accurate forecasting through 2010 and possibly beyond. There you go, Professor Phil. Come on in and let's talk about why you disagree with it, because I'd be interested in this.
Yeah, I didn't think about things like that.
Yeah. So hopefully, Professor Phil, you coming in. I hope so.
The magnetic field, yeah. Here I was thinking it was just the sun had more of an effect on the weather.
Well, maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's maybe. I mean, there's lots. It's probably not just the sun that affects the weather. It's probably lots of different things in the atmosphere that plays a huge part in it, doesn't it?
Yeah. So the Southern Oscillation Index Solar Association has been investigated recently due to increased interest in the relationship between the sun cycles and the climate. The solar application offers the potential for long-range prediction of the SOI behaviour and associated rainfall variations, since quasi-periodicity in solar activity results in an expected cycle of situations and phases that are not random events. The professor adds, this discovery could substantially advance forecasting for months to decades. It should result in much better long-term management of agricultural production and water resources, in areas where rainfall is correlated to the Southern Oscillation Index and El Nino SO events. Okay, we'll have to look into this to see if we can find some more
There was some,
information.
look, if you scroll back up, you got the sources down below that. We got journal reference. There you go.
Yeah, it is a real university as well. That surprised me, University of New England in Australia. But apparently it's in Armidale, South Wales.
Oh, that's not too much to read. Who hasn't read yet?
Which bit do
Stingray
you want
hasn't?
reading? Do you want the abstract?
I can
Do you want
read
this
it if you
abstract?
Yeah,
want.
this is exploratory analysis of similarities in solar cycle magnetic phases with Southern Oscillation Index fluctuations in Eastern Australia. So this is the abstract version.
Well, I'll read.
Go for it.
Alrighty. There is a growing interest in the role that the sun's magnetic field has on weather and climatic parameters, particularly the 11-year sunspot, the Schwab cycle, and the 22-year magnetic field, the Hale cycle, and the 88-year Glesenberg, or however you pronounce it, cycle. These cycles have, and these cycles and the derivative harmonics are part of a peculiar periodic behavior of the solar magnetic field. Using data from 1876 to the present, the exploratory analysis suggests that when the sun's south pole is positive in the Hale cycle, the likelihood of strong positive and negative Southern Oscillation Index values increase after certain phases in the Silic 22-year solar magnetic field. The SOI is also shown to track the pairing of sunspot cycles in 88-year periods. This coupling of odd cycles 23 to 15, 21 to 13, and 19 to 11 produces an apparently close charting in positive and negative SOI fluctuations for each grouping. This Glesenberg effect is also apparent for the Southern Hemisphere rainfall anomaly. Over the last decade, the SOI and rainfall fluctuations have been tracking similar values to that recorded in cycle 15 from 1914 to 1924. This discovery has important implications for future drought predictions in Australia and in countries in the northern and southern hemispheres, which have been shown to be influenced by the sunspot cycle.
Yeah, we were reading about the cycle of the sunspot too, yeah.
Further provides a benchmark for long-term SOI behaviour.
Right, so we've got the magnetic, we've got the SOI behaviour, we've got the sunspot. Gee, there's a few things all wrapped up, but you can't just put your finger on one specific cause and effect of the sun for the weather.
No, and
A lot of
I think
contributing
they're in.
factors. You can't.
Yeah, and there lies the problem. There's just too many things going on, and of course, the more we look at the sun, the more we're finding out.
Well, we're going by the weather. See, with the way the weather's been changing over all these years, are we looking at it as a magnetic problem? They're talking about. I've heard about the Southern Oscillation Index and the El Nino, and the opposite word I can't remember what it's called. For the wind and weather patterns that come across from South America, that transverse across the ocean, the Atlantic, the Antarctica, Pacific Ocean. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think this is half the problem. There are too many potential variables, and of course, the more we look, the more we find. But that's science for you.
Well, over in the northern hemisphere, what weather have you noticed different in the last 50 years?
Well, I can tell you now that the seasons have definitely shifted. Just in my lifetime.
I'm glad to hear you say that. That's something I've suspected for a few years myself,
Oh,
Alan, actually.
I know for a fact that when I was a young lad at school and you had your 6-week summer holiday, growing up on the farm, that's when everything happens. The summer holidays were there for the kids to help with the harvest. But when I was a young lad, harvest happened at the end of those 6 weeks. Harvest didn't generally start until the end of August, and the first week of September, we all went back to school. So you basically sat around for weeks waiting for something to happen. And when it all started to happen, you could go and help your dad and earn some pocket money. Back you went to school. Well, now harvest tends to start in the middle of July. It's not happening at the end of August anymore. The seasons have changed. The summer has shifted. And we now also don't get, I mean, we used to have proper winters. We don't get them anymore. The seasons are all just sort of almost blurring into one long, miserable, grey, wet blur.
One thing I've got to say about last winter here, actually, in Australia, where I am at least, you could sit outside most nights and it felt like, you know, a brisk sort of chill wind more than anything. There wasn't many nights that I felt really cold at all. I didn't even put the heater on last year.
Yeah, we never dropped below 1 degree here in Adelaide.
In winter.
Well, we had a very dry winter here in Vic, but you know how Vic's weather is. It's just a bit. It's here, there, and everywhere. But you know, it feels like we're going into spring right now. It feels like the transition period has kind of just started kicking. Not spring, autumn. Sorry. Feels like that we've kind of kicked in, and someone felt like it kicked in a little bit late this year. I don't know about everyone else, but it felt like it kicked in a bit late.
3 days ago it was 44 here, then 36, and today it was 24 all day with rain.
Can I ask farmers a question? Because this is something that Dora's posted in the side chat, but it was something I also want to ask. Are we not, though, planting different crops to what we were planting in the 70s?
You have got
different varieties
you've got slightly different varieties, but they are by and large the same crop. I mean, my dad for years has only planted 3 crops, and it's wheat, barley, and peas. And the peas aren't fresh because we're not close enough to a processing factory to harvest fresh peas. But he's pretty much been planting slightly different breeds, slightly different varieties, but they're the same crop. And he's been planting those same crops for 30, 40 years. But the climate is most definitely shifting, you know.
See, because my big problem is that when I grew up in the very outer suburbs of London.
Yeah.
And that obviously affects the local climate.
Yes.
So me looking at what the trees would do, etc., around home, because it was there was an awful lot of greenery around, is different to what it would be if you got up here in Norfolk or in the rest of the farming belt across the east, across the whole of East Anglia and the East Midlands.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult for me because obviously we did generally have warmer winters than the rest of the country, simply because we had that heat island effect from London.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, where I grew up, sort of. I mean, Cambridgeshire. Okay, I'm not out on the coast like you are in Norfolk, but I remember the 70s and into the early 80s. You knew when it was winter. You know, we used to have snow round about Christmas time. Now, if we see any snow at all, we don't get it until February. You know, so here we are. Today's 1st of February. We still haven't seen any snow yet. Will we see any snow? Don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I can remember. The last lot of snow we had here that kept me in the house because I couldn't get out because of the wheelchair was in March.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so the seasons are most definitely shifting, and they're not as clear. You knew when you went from summer to autumn, autumn to winter, winter to spring. Now it's just like, could be any of them. You know?
See, because this is the problem. See, From what I kind of remember from being a kid, it definitely seems that spring here is later than it was where I grew up, down in Hornchurch, as in the 70s. Because, these days up here, Easter, there's usually not very much, the trees aren't really starting to green up yet.
No.
Haven't been the last few, for quite a long time. Yeah. I remember Easter used to be, there would be blossom on the trees and the trees would be starting to leaf up quite well by Easter. So it all seems like everything is later than it, not earlier. But again, probably that heat island effect of living in the London suburbs.
Could well have been, yeah.
Now we've got daffodils out here in Scotland. Believe it or not, daffodils are out.
Yeah, I believe that.
I've got some left in the garden. They're starting to shoot up.
So
in the last week or so.
So Victoria was brought up earlier, and I'd just like to touch on that whole seasonal change. Please don't think I'm not a climate change denier or anything like that. Now that I've said that, I will go on with saying I can remember back in the 80s, 2 years back to back, I would have been around I reckon it would have been 82 and 83, I think it was. Victoria suffered this huge drought, and I can remember summer of being 40-degree days every single day of the school holidays during summer. So around Christmas and the New Year's and all of that period of time, I was swimming every single day down in the Murray River.
Yeah.
I don't see that anymore. Now, they are saying that, yeah, all right, I'm not saying that things don't change. I'm just pointing out that way back in the 80s, which, yeah, it's not that long ago in the big scheme of things. However, it was back before the ozone layer was declared to be having a great big hole in it.
Yes.
I'm just pointing out that, yes, there is climate change. However, there is also patterns, and these two things are combining to cause situations.
I was thinking that earlier. Yeah, I'm sure that the shifting of the seasons hasn't happened, just in our lifetimes.
You can't just point the finger like a lot of these extremists do and say, oh dear, climate change, we've got to go carbon neutral and all of that. Not saying that we don't have to. Totally agree. It's the best for our environment. Totally agree that we need to do things better, environmentally speaking, to save our planet. However, I've always asked myself, how much of it is media hype? Now, let's be honest, the most intelligent scientists have turned around and said there is a possible 2-degree rise in temperature. Now, if it was only a 2-degree rise in temperature, why does all of a sudden a 40-degree day turn into a 51-degree day? In particular, I'm talking about the hotter days that we've just had here in Australia.
It's a good question.
Right? 2 degrees don't equal 10 degrees raise. I'm sorry. That has to be something else involved to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Something atmospheric, in my opinion.
So from my humble opinion, not being anyone of a scientific nature, however, I do like to believe that I can think outside the box and in a logical standpoint. You can't just point the finger at one thing. You have to look at the wholeness of the system as an entirety, because there are things like Terry had up on the screen before, like the El Nino effect, and the one that happens on the other side of the ocean as well. There's things like, the lackness of moisture in the air. Just the lackness of moisture in the air is going to raise the temperature of the air by 5 degrees.
It was 100% humidity here today, where I am. 100%.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was 100%, 110% here. It was raining.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we had that here
Peter.
today, but 2 days ago it was at 9%.
Peter, what you have to remember is that when we're talking about climate, we're talking of trends over decades, and the 2 degrees we're talking about is the global average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's from pole to pole.
Yeah, and I'm hearing exactly what you're saying, Alan. Please, like I said from the beginning,
Because I think that is the hardest one to get your head around when you talk about climate, because I think a lot of you Australians are very like us Brits. We like to talk about weather, and sometimes we conflate weather and climate because we look back at the last few years and think, oh, this is where what you've really got to do is you've really got to go back and look at the last 20 or 30 years
so
of what it's doing.
like I said, Alan, I am not denying that the amount of carbon that we're putting into the atmosphere isn't doing damage, right? I said that from the beginning, right? And I'm not denying the global warming trend. However, in the same breath, the perfect example of this, Alan, and this is particularly where I'm coming from, is a whole heap of greenies turned around and started to try and blame all of the fires here in Australia on climate change. There you go. It must be climate change because that's the catchword at the moment. Let's
But
blame.
it was their fault.
Yeah. So they were. All I'm trying to say, I get it that it's a total global warming of 2 degrees. I understand that, and that includes both the North and South Pole.
So, Peter, to be perfectly clear, I was talking about. I was not talking about what was causing the climate to change.
Yep.
That was immaterial. The climate changes. We know climate changes. Climate changes all the time. If you look back 2,000 years ago, this part of England was about, on average, 2 degrees warmer than it was 10 years ago. Because we know that because the Romans were here and growing bloody grapes.
Yeah. And you had lush forests there as well.
Well, no, actually, we'd already cut most of the trees down because most of the clearance happened in the late Neolithic as we invented bloody farming.
So, yeah, I don't know. I suppose in some ways I'm just putting it out there that geez, can you really just believe one perspective on life? Is it the end all and be all? And my final passing comment before I just drop it and let Terry go straight back to weather again is just remember they used to think asbestos was completely and 100%, no questions about it, perfectly safe, and it won't hurt anyone.
True.
All the scientists said asbestos is safe, right? But 20 years down the track, 50 years down the track, it's treated like the Black Plague,
The same as smoking, though. There.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, even those scientists, and I think Professor Bell said it before, and I'm sure Big Blue said it. It's in our nature to question, and just because someone's a expert or a subject matter expert, it doesn't hurt to question. That's what we're all about.
And science gets things wrong all the bloody time.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you just mentioned asbestos, and like you say, it's become a dirty word, and everybody wants. Everybody's it's asbestos. Well, actually, at the moment, if you've got asbestos in a building or whatever, if it is in good condition and hasn't been damaged,
it's fine.
Isn't going to harm you. It isn't going to harm you.
It's It's safe as long as if it's not friable, or for people that don't understand, friable means that it's flaking off and turning into powder in the atmosphere. As long as if it's not friable, it's not going to hurt you. As long as if it's maintained, painted, kept sealed, it is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I mean, you don't have
inert.
to.
It's inert. It's perfectly safe until it becomes powdery enough to be airborne and ingested.
Yep.
And that's when it becomes extremely dangerous.
Don't put your fist through it.
And I just
You can do that. You can do that.
And I just wonder, because
the stuff that was deadly would be that powder that would come out of your brake drums. And stuff like that.
A lot of. Sorry, Bloom.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's like a lot of radioactive material. I learned yesterday that it's not exactly most radioactive material will not penetrate your skin. The problem is when it becomes airborne, or if it's ingested and inside the body, because that radiation that doesn't penetrate, you get 100% absorption inside the body. So
I just wouldn't hold any californium in your hand.
So far this week I've had to give up drinking my mercury cocktails, and now I've got to stop smoking my asbestos pipe, is what you guys are telling me. Full of asbestos.
Yeah.
No, just keep it coated in PVA.
You're not. You sure you haven't got syphilis? Third
Pretty
stage.
sure. I mean,
because this mercury thing you got going.
I don't know. It's
it's
the texture.
What used to be the treatment for it.
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you are right. I remember watching.
We're in trouble now.
What was the show about Atlantic City? Had Steve Buscemi in it.
Boardwalk Empire.
Yeah, that one. And there was a scene in it where they were treating one of the guys for syphilis, and he had all sorts of horrid-looking things.
Right.
Class, pay attention. There's the professors here.
Nope.
Let's let Bit say something as well.
I hate the parliamentarian.
Are you playing something?
We've been trying to behave.
Okay, I just want to comment on this 2 degrees.
Turn off the YouTubes there, Professor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Perfectly safe, and it won't hurt anyone.
All clear. No, still here.
Still here.
No, I'm getting rid of it.
20 years down the track.
High IQ research right there.
Attack it.
How's that?
Yeah.
That's better.
Okay. All right. Okay, so may I interject?
Yeah, I don't know what they were talking about. I was researching for the to do with global warming and climate change.
I just wanted to add my 2 bobs worth into this this thing about the amount of degrees that's in there. So there's 2 things that worry us, and that is the CO2 at the moment is over 400 milligrams per liter. That's up 25% just in the last century. Now, as a result of that, increase in temperature. See, if it was only just 2 degrees and the only thing it ever did was affect the the daily temperature on average, that would be fine. But 2 degrees means a significant change in many ways that add up. Okay, so it warms up the current. Imagine 2 degrees increase in temperature over the entire oceans. That is a very, very significant. That would put some small countries underwater. Now you're also talking about the carbon dioxide now is going to dissolve in the oceans. So carbon dioxide dissolves in seawater very easily and creates a substance called carbonic acid. Carbonic acid dissolves seashells, dissolves reefs. It also maintains the heat. So now you have ocean currents that are different and hotter than usual. They also have effect on the climate. So whereas it seems like it's a small change, 2 degrees is, God forbid we have 2 degrees. God forbid.
Yeah, 2 degrees is disastrous. It really is. It doesn't sound like much, but you're talking about an average 2 degrees across. When we say that, we're talking about across the entire damn planet.
That is, small countries will go underwater.
Oh yeah, most of Florida will go away.
Yep, exactly.
Just demonstrates really how delicate the planet really is. Then if you're just talking about 1 or 2 degrees difference, then that can make a huge difference to people's lives.
Yeah,
it's
I might
incredibly
get a
delicate.
bit wet as well then.
Yeah,
because I'm only 2 meters above sea level.
We can,
the California coast, the people on the California coast, inland from California, will have beachside properties. Seattle will be gone.
We can argue back and forth till hell freezes over whether we're the primary contributor. You can say, well, is the CO2 level increasing, the temperature increasing because the CO2 level is increasing, or is the CO2 level increasing because the temperature is increasing? Yeah. It's a tail, a dog chasing its tail. But the fact of the matter is, we are contributing to it, and we got to do something about it.
Yeah. And that's not to say that other things aren't contributing to it. A natural causes are contributing. But the point is that we are adding more than we need to. We need to stop the bleeding as much as humans can are affecting it.
I've got a question
when the oceans warm up for whatever reason, it releases CO2.
Yep.
I've got a pertinent question. So obviously, the cycles involved in the absorption and stabilization of CO2 and atmospheric and weather and sea currents are on huge scales, and they are timely. So is it a case that we're seeing the effects now of the damage that was done hundreds of years ago, or the results of what was 100 years ago? Because
100 years ago, less than 100 years ago. And,
50. But my point is, because of that lag, maybe it's 50 years ago in the industrial
revolution. That's why it's too late.
So my point now is, whatever, obviously we can mitigate it, but it's not something that we can fix.
No, we can't fix it. This is the point that I was making in the Indian speech to the politicians there. And my view is, from the work that I've done, from the research I've done, it is too late. We are seeing effects that are 30, 40, 50 years old. It is way too late. These effects are still going to continue regardless of what we do. The point is, we have to stop the bleeding so that it doesn't go 100 years beyond this, but also we're going to need to adapt. So we've got to put in plans for adaptation, especially drinking water conservation. This is our biggest threat. It's actually an existential threat to millions of people on this planet.
Is it actually incorrect what the US is? Is it Trump that's just committed to, hundreds of millions of trees or something, and other people are saying the same? But trees aren't the answer to any of this, because
it's never a waste of time, but it's a pointless exercise. It's like putting a teaspoon of salt in the sea and say you make the sea saltier.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Because it's gesturing, and that's all it is.
It's just gesturing.
No weight behind it.
Imagine. The whole idea doesn't even make sense at face value. A tree to make any kind of significant difference would be 100 years old, 50 to 100 years old. That all the carbon output from one single factory would make a forest load of trees. What's a tree going to do in that scale?
And also, isn't it a case that the life cycle of that tree, when it dies, it's going to give it back as well.
It's
Yeah, it's like a it's like an energy store only,
Yeah.
and when it's at the end of its life, it'll release that energy as it decays, as it
No doubt.
as chemical processes
Yep.
take over.
Yep.
Professor Phil,
Yeah.
how many roughly kilograms of carbon was put into the atmosphere with the recent bushfires? Do you have a number on that?
So you're saying to what extent is it affecting the bushfires?
No. How much carbon has the bushfires put in the atmosphere over the course that they've been burning?
Billions of tons. Okay.
But overall, that's quite insignificant considering
Again,
the last 50 years.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
it's the thing about it. It's also got rid of billions of tons of oxygen. It's turned that oxygen to carbon dioxide. So it's the point is that it's over the long term. You can't look at this as isolated incidents of things that happen. But is the planet getting drier? Are there more extremes than there were before? Absolutely, there's no question about that. We're experiencing climate change, and we're experiencing the effect of it, and it's likely to get worse, because we're looking at the effects now that estimate when the CO2 was when the CO2 was around about 380 to 390, or even a little bit less. Now we're over 400. We still haven't seen the effects of 400 yet. We're looking at the effects of 390, 380. You wait till we catch up with what we've already done.
Yeah, so I think for me the takeaway point here, sorry Blue, the takeaway point here is if we stopped all carbon output now, it's still going to get worse for n number of years, and that might be 10 years.
Yes, and that's why we've got to stop the bleeding. Probably a little bit more than 10 years, yeah, probably 20 actually. But we've got to stop the bleeding, otherwise it's an existential risk. You see, the risk isn't just some people are not going to have their waterfront properties anymore in the future. There will be mass refugees all over the world. The entire socio-economic system around the world will change because of it. We are so fragile. You just look at this virus that's coming from that came from China. A virus like this is an existential risk to all of us if they can't fix it.
Yeah, but I take issue at that, because the mortality rate, sensationalizing a virus like that when comparable to standard flu, where flu has a higher mortality rate, I'm not a fan of the news doing that.
No, but it's not what's happening now. It's what's going to happen in 10 or 15 years. What's going to happen in that amount of time? How is this going to kill? The flu is extremely dangerous. It kills many, many people. How does this compare with that in terms of its mortality? And
Professor Phil, sorry, go on ahead. Sorry.
No, so in other words, what we're saying is, because there are so many unknowns, we can't be as slack with this as we were with the flu.
Professor Phil, you're doing some work with the Indian government, I think, at the moment, aren't you, with climate change and their issues? Yeah. Can you, without giving away too much that the public don't already know, so what's the Indians government's view on this, and what are they thinking of doing, or what are they planning on doing?
Well, first of all, the Indian government is petrified, and the reason is because we're getting less and less snow in the Himalayas. And as a result of that, there's less and less groundwater. As it is, the groundwater is completely stretched now to the limit. In other words, there is none left. Surface water is getting worse and worse. And at this stage, we can't use the water that's in the Ganges or in the Yamuna or any of the major rivers, because they're all polluted. They're all really, really badly polluted. So right now they're putting in $160 million per project. So this is only going to cover about you know, 200 or 300 kilometers per project, $160 million they're putting in, and to clean up the Ganges and Yamuna. And the organisation which I'm heading now is actually going to take on some of these projects, some of these $160 million projects, to try and clean the river. There is no more water now. India is at the stage of conservation. They had adaptation. India can't control what the United States and Australia and other people do. They have no choice but adapt as best they can to the conditions that are in India now. But believe me, they are worried about it.
So what they again, without giving away too much that that's not supposed to be public, what have they got any ideas or solutions to solve the freshwater issue?
Well, for instance,
or at least what's your view? What could they do rather than what they're planning to do?
There's quite a few committees in that have started already, who are charged with looking at various different ways of conserving water. So conservation of water is the major thing. The monsoon are getting less and less. So the point is to try and to capture as much of the water as possible from that India gets from its monsoon climate. So that'll mean redesigning the way that water is collected around buildings. We're looking at gardens that run up the walls of buildings. We're looking at buildings that have to be sustainable themselves with water. It's a major socioeconomic shift. It's at this stage, with the groundwater is bad. The groundwater is full of fluoride, by the way. It's natural fluoride, which is again undrinkable. So now, and India doesn't have the money to pay for expensive reverse osmosis. So anybody who can come up with some ideas, they're going to be highly welcome in India, I can tell you right now.
I've got a question. What studies have been done where I can look at the overall contribution to, let's say, carbon footprint from various different sectors? Because obviously, to me, consumerism and waste, it would be nice for me to be able to go somewhere and say, right, well, let's take the United States, for instance. The fact that people purchase goods without any consideration for the waste of the packaging, the transport of the goods, how efficient it was, where the huge distances that they may have been transported over local grown produce and that kind of thing. How much does that kind of consumerism add to the overall effect compared to factories and things?
It's huge. It's huge. And the other thing about it is that it has another detrimental effect, and that's overall pollution of the planet. So let alone the things that affect climate change.
Professor Phil. Are they working with permaculture people like Jeff Lawton and that to help with as well?
Yes, there's lots of groups trying to work together to do that, and certainly in India they've got quite a few of those groups come from Canada, from the United States, even Australia to give them advice in that area. By the way, you asked me where to go. Go to the IPCC website.
All right, cool.
That's
I'm really glad you gave that answer, by the way, because I'm working on something for the US market that will filter down into a consumer-based product, which should give people the information that I just said, such as the overall carbon footprint of a product, along with the packaging waste and things like that.
And I think that's a brilliant idea. And we currently in Australia, some countries don't have it, but they're forced to disclose on the packaging, what the nutritional content is. They should also talk about the packaging.
Australia doesn't. What's the word I'm looking for? put everything on the packaging, though. There are still some things that get missed out. Although that is getting changed, a lot of the the word
The E numbers, yeah.
The ingredients used for like the non-natural sugar products and that,
Yeah.
a lot of those that they're not put on there, but they should be put on there.
Actually,
they're getting into trouble.
What they do is they actually do put them on, but they hide them in E numbers. So they might say ingredients, E61, 634, 672, and so on, comma, and no one ever is going to know what they are. So you'd have to go and pick individual numbers like that and look it up on the website, and then you'll be able to tell what they are. And then you'd have to discern according to that how much is actually used. Let me give you a brilliant film that all of you can watch if you're interested. I'm pretty sure it's made in Britain, and I'm pretty sure it's called E Numbers. If you Google E Numbers, there's a series of 3 documentaries that were made in Britain, and they actually go through bit by bit what are those E numbers, where to find them, how to look them up, and how to work out how they affect you.
One thing that always gets me is like, I know that they've done tests. They say that the products that put in our food are all safe.
Yeah.
But with those tests, I know that they've done on mice and that, but how do they know like how many generations down the road? Because they didn't have a base stuff because they started doing those tests after those chemicals were added.
Well,
do they have a base product?
Longitudinal studies would generally not exceed maybe 15 to 20 years.
So they don't know then what these food additives, not just like the number stuff, but everything else that gets put into it, does to our bodies, our chromosomes, that they could be changing, that we could be affecting our kids on that.
Well, it all works like anything in science. It works on probabilities, and you're looking at that. And if there's a scientific reason for something to actually change cells, then that would be looked at differently. Let's for instance we take sugar. Okay, so sugar, no matter how the sugar comes to you, it finally breaks down into glucose. So it's actually the final ingredient. It doesn't matter whether you take sugar from fruit or whether you take it from raw sugar, white sugar, you name it. It will end up being glucose, and that's,
it's just the time frame.
Yes, it's just exactly. It's just that how good or bad is it along the way to becoming glucose. So what is the probability? So we're always looking at stuff and saying, well, we can't. It's impossible to test everything, and it's certainly impossible to test everything longitudinally, especially for food, because you just don't have time. So what do? You have a look at the probabilities. Look at what are the possibilities of that they could affect you, and then what's the probability that they'll affect you. Now, if the probability is really, really small, it'll probably be ignored. If it ends up being something over 50, probably in the 97% percentile, so say 0.05%. If it had that kind of effect on you, they definitely would be doing something about it. But it's so hard to know; it's nearly impossible. You can bet on it. There's stuff that you consume that's not good for you, and you probably won't know in your lifetime. But eventually someone will say, "Gee, did you know you should not have drunk all that aspartame? It's not good for you after all." But,
So, do you know if there's any correlation then as to between the products that's put in our food and like the rise in autistic and other learning problems that the kids are getting these days?
To be honest, I think that for starters, we've got to identify. For instance, in autism, for instance, we're looking at, you're born with autism.
Which makes me think it's a chromosome thing, like there's something going on inside. Both parents have got something. So
that's right, you're born with it. So you're not going to change your chromosomes, but something might affect something. You might affect children down the line or generations down the line. that might be possible. Whether or not it comes from food, who knows? It's this.
Because I know my girlfriend, or my ex-girlfriend, I should say, she has a condition, a skin condition.
Yeah.
And one of the drugs that she got offered to treat it, it actually changes her chromosomes.
Well, I to be honest, I can't see how that could happen, but
yeah, she had what was it, HR? The drug was chlamydia.
See, the thing is that when you talk about changing, when you're talking about changing chromosomes or even DNA, you're talking about changing every single cell in your body, including your saliva.
Yeah, so that worked like a blocker for it.
The thing about it is that you look at that and you say, well, what did you take? And from a science point of view, how could it ever get to your bones? How could it ever get to all of these areas in your body that you're saying that would change your chromosomes? Because it could change local things, like for instance, it might change your liver. It might change the way you function, your liver functions, or your pancreas, or your kidneys, or something like that. These are local things, and make you sick from that. But how will it? It might even change your skin. Okay?
It did. The condition she's got is
it might give you a rash, but then it probably that's the extent of it. It's not something that's going to change every chromosome. What it's doing, it's changing. It might be changing some ingredients in your cells, which then expresses as a rash or cirrhosis or something like that.
No, her skin condition is all of her glands, they infect themselves, and then it burrows deep into her skin.
Yeah.
The specific drug that she was offered, basically what it does is it just sort of like takes that ketamine, I think it is, that's in the skin that was called aggravating it, and tries to neutralize it.
Yeah.
So her skin doesn't produce the ketamine anymore.
Yeah. So I'll be
keratin
with you. I'm a chemist.
Keratin, that's it. Yeah.
I'm also a physicist, but I'm not a biologist. So,
yeah. Sorry. You're right. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for
just bring it back to
questions.
Yeah. Just bring it back to climate change. With obviously with the United States, because Trump wants to come out of the Paris Agreement. Now I know they're going to officially come out, I think, later this year.
He already has.
What kind of impact do you think that's going to have on? Well, I mean, you're working with India and you're Australian. How do you think that? What kind of impact is going to have? Do you think that's going to have on on all of us?
Yeah, it's a huge impact, and what it means is that the rest of us are going to work 10 times harder to adapt and quicker adapting than we otherwise would have, because the United States is now basically all but stopped any type of mitigation at the moment. In fact, they're doubling down on fossil fuels. So it's I'm afraid it's a sad. And the other thing about it is because they're such a consumer-led society, they have only 1/5 or 1/6 of the people that India has, putting out about 500 or 600% more than
more. Yeah.
So it's a shocking state of affairs.
I might have missed this. Is it water that shows the first effects of climate change?
Well, there's two things. First of all, water stays in the atmosphere instead of on the ground. That's a huge problem. The other thing is that the water that does eventually end up in the atmosphere and stays up there, higher and higher, by the way, means that it's left behind other ingredients like salt. So now we're talking about the degradation of soils, so that you can't plant anything anymore. You're looking at, like I said, the acidification of the oceans. You're looking at less and less snow that's needed, for instance, in the Himalayas. The North Pole hardly exists anymore. Has everybody just forgotten that? There used to be ice all year round at the North Pole. There's none now. It's just sea. There isn't an ice cap anymore. You know, all of that's gone. Greenland, yes, there's some benefits because now Greenland has got more arable land than it ever had. So from that point of view, they're okay. But what happens with climate change is you get extremes. So you get extremes of cold, extremes of hot, extremes of dry, extremes of wet. And this is what's going to drive the refugees around the world, because people are going to get hungry and they're going to go wherever they can get food.
Do you think you're going to see more people emigrating from India?
Well,
without a doubt, do you think? Or
I think from another social aspect, they need to. Like, for instance, both in Britain and in Australia, our average, the average age of our people are well over 50 now. So both in Britain and Australia. So we're an aged society. And let's just take Britain. What's Britain got? About 60 million people now?
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah, so the 60 million people, you know, and 30 million of them can't work, aren't working, or maybe even, or probably even more than that. Who's going to look after those people who retire in the next 15 years when the average is now 50 and the average will be 65? Who's going to look after them? I'm afraid you better get some Indians if you can get them.
Yeah, China's got that problem now.
Yes, the whole
absolutely.
world is getting to that. So that was one of the downsides, of course, of a society where we get to prolong life. You know, people get older.
Well, the UK are feeling the effects from the baby boom. You know, after the war, you know, that's it's affected our pensions in a great deal. And by the time I retire, my state pension will be next to nothing.
Yes.
So that's just going to get worse.
Well, that's because there just isn't enough young people to actually keep it going. That's why.
Yeah.
You know, there isn't the economy. So you are. It's kind of like a false economy. So that what they do is they report the economy based on sales of goods. That's how they report the economy. But the fact is that's kind of a false economy. Economy should be based on productivity, not on consumerism, because old people do consume stuff, but they don't make stuff. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They just consume.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, somebody just shoot me. Somebody just shoot me when I'm 65. Then probably be better off.
Oh God, I never thought I'd live past 40.
Well, I remember. I remember when I was 18. I thought I asked somebody to shoot me when I was 40. Now I'm 66. Just wait till I'm about 80.
You might change your mind at 80 though.
Not the damn sidewalk. That's all I need to say. Logan's Run. When you hit 30, that's it. Zap time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, the light on your hand, the light on your hand changes colour, and that's it. You're gone.
That's it. Time's up. Sorry.
Yeah, well, as long as you go happily and peacefully, it doesn't really matter, does it?
I remember reading a report about, it's probably about a month ago now, and it was about the temperature change increasing all worldwide. And I think it's gone up about a 1.35 or 1.37%.
That's right.
And
that's scary. Yeah.
That enough is to destroy most of the fishing around Tasmania and South Australian, Great Australian Bight.
Totally.
The fish that live there, they require a certain temperature.
Yep.
They require certain plants that live in a certain temperature, and they are dying because of that rise.
I totally agree with that. It is all of it's changing. Not only that, but sea will get rougher. You know, it's bad enough now in Bass Strait. It's going to get worse.
I was going to say though, like, it's pretty poignant because the fact that virtually everything does come from the oceans for us. A lot of the water comes in from the oceans, you know, that we get on the rainfall. That's all ocean based.
I think as a species, we just forget that, you know, that we forget how important it is. Unless, of course, you're a Pacific Islander, then you are really scared. Because not only Not only are you losing your main source of food, but now the sea is lapping up to your doorstep, literally.
The water is very vital where I live.
Yeah.
Especially on the river. We've lost so much. And they tried to, give a heap to South Australia for the almond farmers.
Yeah.
Only to have the almond farmers not ready for it.
Yeah.
So it flooded, I think it was over 100 million megalitres just flooded. It destroyed the forest because it was the wrong time of year to flood.
Yeah.
And it's just water that was wasted.
Well, look, the other issue with Tasmania is like the Derwent. They're really, really important estuaries. And what's going to happen is, and what is happening is that the salt water is encroaching more and more into the estuaries and destroying the habitat completely, basically. So again, that's another change that's happening in Tasmania and happening in many areas where there's natural estuaries like that.
I'm just concerned, I suppose, like the same with the North Pole, but what are these effects going to have on the South Pole?
Well, the same thing. There's melting. There's less glaciers than there normally was. One of the things that was reported, they say, well, there's this around Antarctica, the ice shelf has increased, and you have people like Morrison and that, and people in the US saying, well, look at that, but the ice has increased. And we're saying, well, did you know that ice came from the glaciers? And the only reason that it's increased in the sea is because salt water freezes quicker. So it doesn't freeze as quickly. So fresh water is going into the colder water and freezing. That's what's causing the ice shelf to increase. That's a bad thing. We don't want that to be a good thing, because that ice,
and then they break off.
Melts. That's the end of it. No more glacier. It's not as though Antarctica has rain. Whatever is there is there. That's it. There's no more. No more is going to deposit over there.
So they are made from the old rain. They're not from snow then.
No, this is old. This is old stuff. There's no rain there. It's a dry continent.
Oh yeah, it's drier than the desert. I know that.
Whatever it gets melted and ends up in the sea is it.
I've got a question regarding the sea rising. In news and reports, you always get this kind of uniform figure: the sea may rise by this much.
Yeah.
But that figure doesn't exactly fit a spinning ball, does it? Because that figure is very different in Florida as to what it would be here in the UK.
Well,
does the centrifugal force not make a huge difference to the magnitude of tides and the levels of the ocean?
Yeah, of course it does. But the thing about it is we have to discuss things in terms of averages. So you can't be. But
I mean, what's the difference if someone says, "Oh, we're going to get I know this would be extreme, but we get a 2 meter rise in sea level."
Yeah.
Well, if I get a 2 meter rise in sea level here, what the hell does Florida get?
There you go. You just said it. You see, because you're probably only likely to get a 2-inch or a 2 centimeter rise in sea level, and Florida is going to get a meter as a result of that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do we know these ratios based
Absolutely. You most definitely know them, yes. As like I said, have a look at the IPCC that
Yeah, I've been reading it, actually. I haven't got that far yet though.
Yeah. So yes, no, we certainly do know those ratios. And yes, so the people around the equator are much, much, much worse off than the people who are, up north, where you might only get a centimeter and they'll get a meter in comparison. Yes, so the people in the US, I think in particular, the people in California, in Florida, they're in big trouble. And, it's, of course, they, no one's going to say, gee, I wish we did this, 20 years ago or 30 years ago. I know they'll find a way to blame someone else.
Could I just ask, what about desalination plants?
Yeah. Okay. Well, the thing is that rich countries like us, rich countries like the US, can afford them, right? And as long as the energy comes from a renewable source, I don't see a problem with it. The trouble is that it's all very well for rich countries to say that, but please tell me how the Indians are going to afford it. You know,
Yeah, I have no idea about cost or anything. I just wondered whether that's an option, you know, having a lot more desalination.
It is for rich countries. So at the moment, I'm with a little team and we're trying to put together a proposal to some of the big philanthropists in the United States to see if we can get a few desalination plants for some small villages that are completely out of water. Like they used to have a lake, and the lake's gone. There's nothing more anymore. You know, people will walk with a bucket on their back for 5 miles just to get a bucket of water.
Yeah, but I've got a question on this, and it might seem really harsh, Dr. Phil, but if given a regional ecosystem, if that water dries up, any other animal on Earth nature will take over, or it will relocate. That's just what happens.
Yes.
Except for humans.
Yeah, except for humans. So is it not? It's like there is a problem here. It is now dry. Let's try and dump a lot of resources into making water for this area. Or why is relocation not the easiest option there?
Well, it is, and it is often the solution. So there's many places we'll go. There used to be, you know what? There used to be a village here, but they're gone.
It doesn't that bring its own problems though with relocating? Like you're doubling the population, and you're doubling the resources, you're doubling the waste.
All the people who came to the village are now in Bangalore, and already in Bangalore, you can only get water for 2 hours a day. What are you going to do? You know, here we are in Australia. You know, with what 25 million people. In the UK, they got 60 million. Over there, it's 1.3 billion people.
Wow.
You know, they have in just one city our entire population. Just in one city. The magnitude of the problem is just inconceivable to people like us who have.
So would it be more feasible then to sort of like dot smaller villages around, so they're sort of like self-sufficient with a bit of permaculture, a few animals, their own garden, so they're not relying. That's
a good thought, and that's what we're trying to do, and that's why we're trying to put some resources in smaller places so that people will try and be self-sufficient, almost like going back into the Dark Ages, you know, where you had small villages being completely self-sufficient. You know.
But the ultimate problem
you're going to have.
Sorry, go
Sorry.
on.
No, you're right. I was just going to talk about skill set, but.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Well, I was just going to on that point, because there's another. I think. Well, this is from my idealistic view and somewhat naive, possibly, and I haven't done a lot of research on it. But in Asian cultures, it is. It's due to the social conditioning over time and family units. Is it not a prevalent thing that that a family unit is structured whereby the young look after the old, and to have more young means you have a better end of life term because you've had more young, and that obviously doesn't help the problem, and that's why is that realistically in Asia why we see these huge ratios. But the combat to that is not desalination plants, it's please consider the environment and stop having so many kids and being selfish. Is it not, or am I being very Western about it?
No, you kind of are from that point of view, because it is like a dog chasing its tail. Although it's changing, because a lot of the culture now is turning into westernized, so kids aren't as looking after their elders as they used to. You know, they becoming like us, you know, and which poses its own problems now, because if that means they have to rely on governments to look after the elderly, whereas in the past families did that.
It also puts the emphasis back on the cities, because those kids want the best of the best of the best, and that means going into the cities for the education.
Well, you know, and you know, you can put some of that blame squarely on me, because on my opening speech was with a glass of water in my hand, and I looked at the Indian crowd there, which would be, you know, at least 300 politicians, a whole bunch of academics, and a bunch more. And I held a glass of water in my hand, and I looked at it, and I said, you know something? If I was in Australia, I'd put this to my lips and drink it, and it would not occur to me, not for 1 second, whether or not this is my lucky day before I drink this glass of water. I said, why can't you have this too? So that was a poignant moment for those people in there. So hang on a second, we deserve to have the quality of life that Westerners do as well. But
absolutely,
a price to pay for that. And
there's a huge price to pay for that.
Yes, and but it was a very poignant moment, you know, where people look at it and say, "Wow, okay, he's right." You know, why? And I said to them, "Why are you condoning the fact that you can only have 2 hours of water a day in your city? Where is it?"
Just on that note as well, are you looking at the mistakes that all these Western cultures have made, so you're not repeating them?
Absolutely. All of those sort of things are taken into account. Otherwise, it's just so easy to just walk down the same path that all the Western cultures did, but only much, much worse, because they did that with 20 or 30 or 40 million people. We're going to be trying to do that with 1.3 billion people. And
so that means that you're virtually having to walk a tightrope between trying to find the balance between kids looking after family and family staying together, and allowing the culture and the society to grow. That's going to be a heck of a balance.
It is. It is. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. It's so it's not just cleaning up rivers and all that. There's a whole social structure that needs to be looked at.
You're virtually having to revamp the social structure, because everything is going to have to get changed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're dead right. It is. It is a huge change in many areas. It's not just more water and conservation and less pollution. I mean, just look at the pollution. You know, you can't in some times you can't walk through Delhi. It is like walking through a soup.
So how are the religious sects and the government sects getting along with each other with that?
Well, the beautiful thing about it is that the Hindu religion in India is all pervasive. Almost to a man, everybody, and woman, everybody is a Hindu. So you've got a small Muslim sect who are alien, who are marginalised, who are marginalised. But the bulk majority of people are Sikhs and Hindus, and they. So the government, the people in the government are all Hindus as well. So
there's no fighting in between those two of the sides and that. So
no conflict in that area at all. So the only conflict is with the Muslim population. So they marginalise. In fact, a new law came out. I don't know if you know this. Last month, December, a new law came out in December that says basically if you are not a citizen of India and you are a Muslim, you cannot become a citizen of India.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty tough.
Is that to stop those, I don't mean to sound crass or anything, but is that to stop those rape cases? And
no, the reason is because of the huge amount of influx of refugees from Bangladesh and the Rohingyas from Burma and so on. It's the refugee movement.
So they're getting pushed out from the Pakistanis and the...
Yeah, India is flooded with, you know, we worry about, oh, guess what? You know, 8 people came by boat. and the Indians have got 8 million people just walking. It's like a caravan that's walking all the time. It never stops.
So they've just got, what is it, up the top of the country? I think they've just got a mountain range or something, which isn't very high, is it?
No, yeah. Well, further up it is, because I mean you've got Mount Everest up there, but yeah. But yeah, you've got people, refugees are on foot, right?
Yeah, I think people forget how big India is.
Yes.
Actually, it's not big; it's long.
It's long. Yeah, goes right up. Its border with on one side with Pakistan, with Nepal, with China. It's got plenty of borders to worry about. Yeah.
You actually
My heart
consider
goes out to your Dr. Phil and all the rest of the people there trying to change them.
Yeah.
Do you actually consider the permafrost problem? I've watched documentaries on the Arctic tundra, and especially in Russia, where the permafrost melt releases huge amounts of carbon into the atmosphere.
It does.
And it's accelerating. How much of that is a problem comparable to, industry today with our civilizations?
Well, it's not. It's to be honest, I'm not sure I'm qualified to give you a figure on that, but it's not in my area at the moment. I'm still kind of new in a sense, but certainly I do know that it's significant. Yes. Okay. So you're looking at the freezing of natural waters at high altitudes. I'm not really sure. I can't give you much figures on that. Yeah, it's other teams will be able to probably have a look at the IPCC. There might be some better information on that.
I'm just having there's a map which is brilliant. It's actually just thetruesize.com.
Yeah.
And if you have a obviously spherical projection or polar linear projection on, getting real comparative country sizes is incredibly hard because you're never looking at the actual country sizes. But the true size of allows you to search for a country and then drag that country to another country to actually compare the non-projected size, so the actual relational size. And I've just dragged the United Kingdom to India, and it looks like the surface area of India, I could fit like 10 United Kingdoms in it.
Yeah. Well, you think about it, in the past, like I was saying before, in the past, I do know about this much, and that in the past, you had the Himalayas always under permafrost, and now you've got situations where even at very high altitudes, around 20,000 feet, lost practically all the glaciers are gone. So. And all of this was leading into the deep aquifers, that extend all the way down to past the Ganges River, past the Yamuna River, where India was getting its major water supplies. Now that's all gone too. So there's no recharge. Basically, groundwater recharges about 4 inches per year. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot of water. And that's pretty much all but halted. By the way, forget about India. We're having that problem here in Australia.
How's that going with the salt problem over there with no table water?
Yeah, well, again, over here in Australia, our problem is mainly salt, as in sodium chloride.
Yeah.
Their problem is other minerals like fluoride, like sodium fluoride and other fluoride salts. So fluoride is quite soluble. So that's them. It's a lot of that water is undrinkable, but still, they will drink it and then they'll be sick. And there's lots of people with dental fluorosis and skeletal fluorosis because of drinking high fluoride water. Not that fluoride's a bad thing if you drink 0.8 milligrams per liter, but when you're drinking it, at 2 or 3 milligrams per liter, it's bad for you. So lots of work to be done over there, and so I'll be going back in March, and it'll probably come to the end of my time in the space industry. There's just too much to do.
I'd love to have a look at the permaculture stuff they're doing over there.
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh, that's amazing. I went out to Hyderabad while I was there to have a look at one of these buildings, and the entire building on two faces is completely a garden. So what happens is the water is
recycled.
Yeah, it's recycled. So the water actually uses I can't think of the word. It naturally goes up itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it climbs up the building, goes up to the top, then comes down and trickles down and waters the garden. That's the vegetable garden that's on the way down. So it's constant. People can harvest the
yeah. So it's using a capillary system to push itself up.
Yes,
and
that's
then
right. Yeah.
Filtration, a sand filtration system to clean itself on the way down.
Yeah, and it includes all the grey water and sewage and all that. So it's got all of that going with it, and it's completely clean. And I thought, gee, I'm going to go into a smelly building, and I was wrong. It was perfect.
Oh God, I'd love to have a look at some of that stuff. Sorry, I get a bit giggly over that.
No, it's pretty fantastic. So this is a showcase building in Hyderabad. If you might be able to look it up. To be honest, I can't remember the name of it now. I should, but
no, I'll try and Google it anyway. So
in Hyderabad, it's it's a green building, and quite absolutely amazing. Yeah. So the Indians are doing things. You know, people are saying, well, you know, they're building a coal plant here or a coal plant there, and it's not as though you can just stop when you've got 3 billion people. You know, you can't just. It is something that you have to plan for in the future, but they certainly are putting an end to fossil fuels themselves. So I think us in the United States will be about the only people left in the world doing it. You know.
Yeah, I remember seeing a building, something similar to that, being put into planning in England.
Yeah.
And they were having both solar panel and wind panels on the roof.
Yeah.
For it to be not only just, you know, like water self-sufficient with it trickling through, but energy self-sufficient too.
Why not? That's how I don't. You know, the thing about it is they're just looking at projections. In 50 or 60 years, people will be saying, "So what?" to these things that we are in awe of. They'll be saying, "So what?" which is a good thing for them.
They don't realise though just how like a growing tree produces way more oxygen and uses way more CO2 than a standard old tree.
Well, it's completely dependent on its amount of leaves and surface area, actually. So that's an interesting thing. You know, you need the CO2 to make the wood, and the carbon is basically sequestered into the tree until it dies. But how much it delivers in terms of oxygen is proportional to its surface area, which of course is also proportional to the amount of energy that it can use. Yeah.
And what are you showing us, Terry?
Any other questions?
No, I'm fascinated by the whole thing. I've just been sitting here riveted listening to you guys. It is quite amazing, all of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was a TV show called Newsroom, which was written by Aaron Sorkin, who also contributed to The West Wing and dramas like that. And they they dramatize real news stories but cover them in a real manner. It's basically, Newsroom was a story about a newsroom that decided not to dramatize things.
Yeah.
It decided to report only on facts.
Yes.
And only have points of view that are substantiated and valid, and would never insinuate anything that was not fact. And I just posted a link in the side chat about 10 minutes ago, and on the internal chat here, and on Discord, and it shows where they interview a climate scientist or a climatologist, and he is just basically sat there going, "Yeah, we're doomed. It's too late. All we can do now is plan or attempt to fix things in 100 years when we're gone. That's it. It's done." And the news anchor, who's played by I forgot his name now. Really, the good one out of Dumb and Dumber. But he's there like, well, yes, but what, is there anything that we could do to prevent this? And he goes, well, yeah, we could we could stop burning things 20 years ago.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
Yeah, 20 years ago, exactly. Yeah,
it's really funny. It's worth a watch to anybody that can that looks at the link.
This business where you hear the politicians say, well, we better do something in the next 5 years. What? You must be joking. You should have done something in the last 50 years. That might have helped. You doing something in the next 5 years is not going to do anything at all, except maybe stop it in the following 20 or 30 years.
Do you not think we've got a bigger problem in perception, though? If everything is as doomsday as we think it is, and if we take 90% of scientific studies and conclusions as for what they are, which is a very bleak outlook, then there's a bigger issue than the actual cause and effect there. The issue of why are we ignoring it, and what in our society makes us ignore this. It's not that people sort of like always look on the bright side of life. So in our geopolitical system, why is it being ignored if it is that definitive? Because the problem there is not the problem itself. It could be any problem. Why is it being ignored?
Yeah, exactly. And the reason is because people just don't want to change what they're doing. They don't want to. I mean, but
there's got to be reasons for that.
Sure.
Well, in my opinion, kind of like the Western societies are the ones that are producing the most of this pollution, and that's that's accelerating climate change. Are the ones that are actually being least affected.
Yes.
So we kind of live in this kind of little bubble. It's happening. It's happening on the news. I see it on the news every day. Well, it's not affecting me. Why should I be bothered? And I think that's got a big part to play in it. Personally, I really do.
Well, my opinion is countries. That's the problem to me.
Well, politics plays a huge part in it, and without a shadow of a doubt, what governments actually decide to do or not to do. Yeah,
just
without
the
a shadow
nature of how we think about countries and borders and independent people. That's a problem. That
true
to me. If that's the case and continues being the case, and I know the UK just left the EU bloc, but that's not exactly the same thing that I'm on about.
No, I know.
Yeah, well, it's strange you've said this, because this is another one of the things that I spoke to in my speech about the Western countries who are not doing anything. And you're quite right, because if I ask you this question then, and which goes exactly what you just described, and that is, when was the last time you were told you could only have 2 hours of water?
Never.
When did that ever happen to you?
Never.
The fact is, it probably should have. Okay? It probably should have. But you know what? Your country is rich enough to be able to put all the resources that's possible in there, no matter what, to make sure you get 24/7 water. This is not something that can happen in Africa. It's not something that can happen in India. But you can. They will bend over backwards to make sure. Every politician wouldn't dare. They would not dare say you can't have water for an hour, let alone only have water for 2 hours. They would be out on their ear in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
so every resources of your country will be used to make sure that you always get electricity, you always get water, all of those things come to you, because all the politicians know what's important to you and what you care about. And as long as you get these things and you're comfortable in your house, you know, you're going to be fine, and you're going to vote for them and keep them in jobs.
But sadly, if that started happening in Western societies like UK, United States, they will actually start charging more for drinking water. I mean, they already do to a certain extent in certain parts of the UK. So they're going to charge more and more money, and people are going to profit from it. I guarantee it.
Oh,
you know, and that's just the wrong way to go about it. You know, you need to look at ways to actually preserving water worldwide, not just in certain countries.
You're 100% correct. That's a given. That's exactly
the water. Sorry, I was just going to say the water where I live has been going up. I think it's about 3% each year.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it's costing that. It's costing more and more to get it. You know,
I live on a river, but they're still charging it because they can only take so much from that river themselves, the
That's
town.
right. Yeah, exactly.
The rest of it is getting sold to further down the line for bigger, you know, for the people that can afford it. Most towns can't afford the water that flows through the town.
And as the seawater rises, you lose more and more of it, because you're not only losing the water that's in the estuaries. So in other words, the seawater is encroaching further and further into the estuaries, but it's also encroaching further and further into the groundwater. So you're losing both ways. So of course you're going to pay more for the resource that's getting less and less, and your rainfall's falling.
Our water here, you can smell it. It smells like chlorine now when you pour it out the tap.
You have to, and the reason for that is because you can't rely anymore on the kind of quality that you used to. So you know, in the past there was enough water that you could rely on its quality. In other words, you could rely on sunlight to disinfect water. You can't do that anymore. Now you have to put higher and higher amounts of chlorine because there's more and more. You're digging lower and lower into the barrel, if you like. Okay, so therefore there's more and more particles. If there's more and more particles, therefore you have to use more and more chlorine to be able to deal with it. You have to maintain a chlorine residual of 0.3. That's including all of the piping that the water has to travel through, all the dead ends, the bends, leaks, and all of that has to be taken into account and then maintain a chlorine residual of 0.3. So if you're anywhere near a supply of water, you're going to get the bulk of much more chlorine. So if you live out near a water treatment plant, your chlorine hit's going to be pretty high.
So I've got a question here. Yeah. Do we not think an answer to this, a foundation, if we trace it all back as to why something doesn't occur, as to why there's conflict, as to why we can't share, you know, even nuclear reactors with other countries? Does it not come back to just two things: capitalism and money?
Yeah.
Because with those two things in effect, I do not see how we can ever go forward and fix any of this.
True. I agree with that totally.
I think ego plays a big part in it too.
Scandinavians, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think as long as, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, I think ego for the men and women that are at the top that make those mistakes, it plays a big part in the fact that they don't want to admit that they might have made a mistake that hurt somebody. So they're just going to sit back there and go, nope.
Yeah, but I think that's one thing. But I think the foundation of all of these problems are capitalism and money. Because as long as there is worth, and as long as there is a disparity in wealth, and as long as that worth has intrinsic value to individuals, then there's going to be greed. There's going to be coveting someone else's, and with that selfish nature, you cannot fix problems on this kind of scale. You know, it's like, it would be like the British Empire saying to India, oh yeah, or Africa, when it released a lot of the African states, it didn't really release them. It said, we're going to release you. What are you going to give us? Oh well, land and mineral rights for 300 years. Okay, and then we'll give you political bribes, which we'll call foreign aid. And it's like, that is all based on a system of money and coveting and selfishness, and and money and value creates, or perceptual value creates that. With that, I don't see how you'll ever move past that. That to me is the root fundamental cause of why we can't fix things easily.
You're dead right. I mean, here we are in Melbourne, you know, and you'd be lucky if almost anybody is sitting on $1 million property, you know, just because everything's gone up. But the fact is, nothing has happened productivity-wise to make those things worth that much money. So it's all fake. It's all like you said, it's the capitalism. But what it does is it pushes out other people. It makes it impossible for young people. How's a young person going to borrow $1 million? How's that ever going to happen?
I'll share a little story with you guys. So there's two things that happened in my childhood. One, I found a note, a £1 note in my grandfather's chair that was in the garage at the time. It was kind of a pristine £1 note, and it said on it, "I promise to pay the bearer upon demand the sum of £1 sterling."
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that's interesting, that. And I looked at the money that we had at that time, and it missed the sterling off. So then I looked into what sterling was, and I thought, oh, well, yeah, that's silver. That's a grade of silver, and the £1 is a quantitative weight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So why now does it say, "I promise to pay the bearer the sum of £1"? And it doesn't say sterling anymore. And that's because the promissory note is not backed by precious metals anymore. Now the problem with this then is the next thing. Fast forward about 5 or 6 years, I was visiting my mum and dad, and they're watching Antiques Roadshow.
Yeah.
Where people take in their goods and, you know, they tell them what it's worth and all that kind of stuff. Now I looked at this chair, and it had this little mouse carving on it. It was part of this set, and someone was saying that's worth almost £1,200, so £1,200.
Yeah.
And I'm there like, I wouldn't pay £30 for that at all.
Yeah.
And I started to realize, hang about, all of these things are only worth what you can convince someone else that they're worth. They actually have no intrinsic value. And it's like, hang about, that's the same with currency. That's the same with everything. And I had this realization that, hang about, we're all in this disillusioned state, which is creating the problem of why we can't get out of it.
Yeah, currency's just an imagined human construct. That's all it is. Like you said, exactly like you said, it has no intrinsic value whatsoever. It's just a construct. It's just figures that float in the air mostly. Well, think about how all the world trades. We don't trade in gold and silver and all the rest of it anymore. Well, some commodities, but in the most part, currencies. It's just an imagined thing. Currencies are floating in the air, really.
Currency came about just to try. Yeah, currency came about because the barter system was declared unfair.
Well, it also came about as a promissory system so that you could carry a note that was backed by some held value because it was too hard to transport, precious metals.
200 cows each time you went to the city.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Every dollar in the United States and anywhere in the world, this was the thing about the dollar, was backed by an equal amount of gold at Fort Knox, which of course doesn't happen anymore. So because you can't make more gold, but you can raise the value of currency. So there's no relationship now between the actual amount of gold that's held against a currency and the actual currency.
And I think one of the other problems
we sold all of our gold, by the way, that backed to the Australian dollar. So we don't even have anything that backs the Australian dollar.
By the way, the next few sentences that come out of my mouth are not me being condescending or entitled or anything, because I actually don't believe my situation versus someone else. I don't get how I can be an enterprise software developer. And a 3D graphics instructor and all these things, and that my 9 hours are worth 10 times more than another 9 hours of someone that would fix pipes in the ground. Because a lot of the time what I'm doing, yes, it might so I used to work in the games industry. All of that is throwaway. That's entertainment time.
Yeah.
The plumber that comes to your house, the person that empties your bins, without them, something fails and your life is dramatically affected. Yet they get paid minimal amounts because of the deemed worth of what they do, and it's a low-skilled job. Whereas, making computer games, comparatively, paid 10 times as much, and the result is throwaway and extravagance. And I don't like. I actually it never sat well with me, the disparity of the two in terms of how we go forward. I get the skill set difference. I get that a lot of people can empty bins really easy.
Yeah,
but I still don't.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, you're right, but just I'll put a proviso on that. You need to come to Australia, because if you want to reap the crown of money, get a plumber. They are
really?
they are easily the highest paid people in our country. Easily, a plumber could make $1,000 a day or a couple of grand a day at your house, and not anything of it.
I'm going to retrain to be a plumber, and I'm on my way now. Right, see you soon.
Any of the people that are in the building industry in Australia are now making a mint because of that.
Yeah,
they are so sought after that people want to go in. They want to be lawyers. They want to be doctors. They want to be like Professor Phil.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do the manual work anymore. Yeah. So their demand is getting higher and higher.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only trouble is that also leads for a lot of people that say that they're builders and plumbers and electricians that aren't to make money.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But
so it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it's nothing for a plumber to make at least $1,000 a day, easy. So they're very well paid, very well paid. Yeah.
I just thought of a new system, and it's a credit-based system that can only be issued by government bodies, but it allows, but it's where the government, and obviously this is more of a socialist kind of idea, but you could have it whereby me as an enterprise software developer could work a set number of hours, but I'm also mandated to do some manual labor as well, which would actually help me out physically as well.
Yeah.
And you distribute, you have it so that there's an appreciation, because I don't think we have. There is no solution to this value disparity, though. I know that, because if you need a computer science degree, if you need an education, if you need to be quite to have quite the amount of time that it's taken me to get where I am is 20 years of experience.
That's right, and that's
where the value comes in. But I think the only time that we're going to fix this is when people like myself get to a point that say, well, yeah, that value is there, but I'm not bothered about it anymore. I want what's best for humankind.
Yeah.
And that's the only solution that I can see to fixing the value trade currency capitalism kind of problem that I'm pointing out.
The thing about it is that you're probably going to develop yourself out of a job long before a plumber ever gets to do that. So in other words, you will build the software and the tools to actually do yourself out of a job, where your tools will be able to make its own tools, which is AI.
Well, I would take issue at that statement, given the fact that I know about AI and machine learning, and as much as the news would have you believe, it depends on your classification of AI. AI cannot write structured code.
That's right. But let's say, for instance, let's look in the past, and let's say, for instance, you remember I started my stuff in Unix, so I'd go out there and everything would have to be installed. I'd have to install everything, printers. Whatever peripherals had to be installed with Unix in Unix files. You probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And nowadays you can walk in with a disk, put it in, walk away with it, and just tell the customer to hit next. That's it. Doesn't need anymore. In fact, online.
But there's a very important distinction there. By the way, I never directly used Unix. I used IRIX, which was a Silicon Graphics variant of Unix, and I now use BSD Unix Mac OS, which is underlying Unix. But there's a very important distinction there. One is a process-orientated scripted conditional event system, which is an installer for a drive system, or it's even a hardware abstraction layer to figure out plug and play. AI, that's very different to writing and designing implementations. The complexity difference there is like the difference between playing with 2 matchsticks and ordering them in relevant size, order, compared to taking 1 million matchsticks of varying different sizes and making a sculpture of a horse. It is absolutely night and day. And we are, in my lifetime, in 5 lifetimes, I'm pretty sure that we will not, AI or programmatic solutions of automatically designing implementations for code bases will not be a thing inside of 5 generations. And I'm saying that because I'm working with machine learning now. I'm working with I've got an AI guy working on my vision neural network. I can see that we are, it's only as intelligent as how we design it at the moment. And that's not what AI would be required to do if, we'd have to evolve way, way faster than we are currently.
I got invited some time ago to have a look at a system, a Japanese system of actual lifelike Android robots, and are we talking about incredibly sophisticated learning from the actual robot itself? So it seemed to, if it did something, learned from it, and then so it's still kind of at the base of it rudimentary when you think about it, but
I know it is that learning system. I know the ones you're on about, and like I say,
this learning that ends up being a very, very sophisticated piece of machinery.
But I mean, this all comes down to the classification of AI, though, because if you read the wiki classification of AI, then in that case, a junior games developer that is given the most basic task on their first day, which is rudimentary pathfinding, given input variables on a surface with blockages, they've created an AI system. If you take that wiki article into it, that system can rudimentary learn by storing and comparing and coming up with conditional conditional outputs. But to me, that's not AI. That's just a scripted rule-based logic system.
So the generic word is AI, and I totally agree with you that it is. But the thing about it is, it's those very things, like you said, like the ability of software to install itself, completely. All of those sort of things will take away, not from you, but it'll take generally away from general IT personnel. They will not need them. These things.
Oh no, absolutely. But like I say, in my professional view, we are 4 to 5 generations away from an AI being able to write code to solve a problem.
I hope so, and I hope even further away from that, from the type of AI you're talking about, because we do get to that. We really are turning humankind into absolute obsolescence, if we ever got to that.
But the one thing we do have, Professor Bell, is compared to AI or any computer system out there, is we have, all of us, imagination, which AI or no computer has.
Well, not yet. That's the trouble. The trouble with the AI is that this is what they're putting. It's the imagination part that's the scary bit.
Well, so in machine learning, you can do a lot of really cool things in machine learning. You can have input restrictions set out in the world, and then machine learning can figure out the best way to perform task X, and it can do so with just billions of iterations, per second, basically, in trying to get what is a measure of success. But here's the thing: you've input the measure of success. You've said it doesn't matter whether it's pathfinding, it doesn't matter whether it's assembling objects. You've said this is the success. Now, the imagination part is pretty cool, because I watched a video of a cow, and the cow's got quite a dexterous tongue. Now, it cannot see the lock at the other side of this gate. So the only inferences it had that food is on the other side and it gets to eat food is from the farmer coming along and doing this. It's a drop bolt. So if you don't lift the bolt, if gravity is on the bolt, yes, gravity does exist to anybody watching, then it's locked in place. It can't slide backwards and forwards. You have to lift it up to a level and then slide it. But the thing is, this lock isn't visible from the other side on this fence. So the only input that the cow had was the sound that something is happening to allow that gate to open for it to get food at the other side. So it's figured out here its own win condition, and that's the food at the other side. And then everything else is kind of this blur with various abstraction levels of what something might do. But then purely with testing, this cow sticks its tongue under and starts playing. And it starts playing, and it's still not got the ultimate measure of success for this lock. It just knows that something needs to happen. Now, true intelligence is actually figuring out the movement of this. It's now thinking, well, it doesn't immediately say, well, the movement of this lock indicates the gate opening. But if you watch the iterations of this cow, it takes 20 minutes to sort of like get a condition that then it can replicate in 2 minutes, that then eventually 1 week later it can open the lock quicker than the farmer. And that is awesome to me.
Going along those same lines in terms of learning and how things learn, what about teaching? Because one of the things that I remember seeing was that there's a bird in a park in Melbourne, and I'm pretty sure it was a type of heron. So it eats fish. That's all it eats. But it learned that if it gets bread and puts it in the water, the fish come to it.
Oh, there you go.
But it doesn't teach the other birds to do it.
That's a smart creature.
It can't do it. So is that something that AI needs to do as well?
Well, yeah. So one of the important things there is applying. So if you think about the cow figured this out, but it did have input parameters. It had the food at the other side, it had the noise, and then that noise resulted in the gate opening. So it could logically determine, the conditions to do it. Now, the true, and this is just me personally, the true test of artificial intelligence is when it can take that learning and apply it to another situation where a win condition was not identified, but it did it anyway. And that's what you're on about with that bird. That bird took its own smarts, its own learning, and applied it to a win condition that potentially wasn't laid out for it. And when you can do that, we can go through our lives and learn, and we can learn basic things and then apply them in a completely different context where there is no win condition, where purely by applying it and in a real-time sense, we figure out the win condition. That to me is a true test of intelligence.
But one of the things the Japanese are doing with the robots is that is because we know from statistics. So we're using statistics to understand. Statistics can understand us and our behavior and our wants and our needs and our feelings better than we can. That's why marketing is so damn good. And because of that, if you put those inputs into AI, in other words, how we feel about something, how we want something, what are we likely to do in a given situation, and you put all of those together, this is what makes a superior Japanese robot. It's actually using the inputs of actual humans statistically to work out what is a human likely to do in this situation.
However,
sounds like the programming from Blade Runner.
No, it isn't. And this is real today. And there is I'm not going to name the firm, but there is a security firm in the United Kingdom, a security firm that deals with cameras and what it calls AI. Now, you said something very important there, Dr. Phil. You said statistics. And that is it entirely. Statistical analysis resulting in probability. So what this camera system does is it can watch, it's for retail high streets. Now, it is being trained, and very successfully, to pick up the telltale markers of someone that is acting suspiciously to flag them on a system. Now, you could call that AI, but it's actually not.
No.
The input training and learning is based off statistical analysis, statistics and analysis of those to come up with a probability of whether this individual, based on their motion and timing, are likely to commit a crime. And that's it. And that you don't need AI for. If you've got enough sample data and you've got enough training time, that is just pure statistics and probability. A human being could do this with like little checkboxes and not a lot of
Over a
thought.
long period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a typical situation with the Japanese one. Now this, you'll probably relate to this exactly. So you walk in a room and you think about having a coffee or a tea. Well, every time the damn robot will know. Now, there's something that you do, something that you change, something that it's picked up from you, who know, facial, whatever it is, but it says, you like coffee, you like tea. And it knows, it gets it right. And this comes from statistics, from analyzing all the different inputs, facial expression, how you do it, how you react to one question or another, because obviously someone asks you, you know, what you want. And then, and all of those sort of things come into play so that you've got these inputs. It knows from statistical analysis what to do next. What is it that you will want to do next? However you walk, however you talk, however you act, facial things, all of those things, all that comes into play. And I know it's not strictly AI, because it really what it is it's just a database of all the things and then working out how they interact with each other. That's kind of what it is. But still, you know, looking at from that, it's obviously going to change things certainly for Westerners anyway.
How soon before that stuff would become available?
Well, it's on its way. You know, it's happening in Japan. Now you'll be able to get in a car and it'll drive you to work, you know, and give you a cup of tea or coffee on the way. That's going to happen in your lifetime.
No, I won't be buying a car that does that. I don't think I could buy a car that does that.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming and no one's going to stop it. You can't stop it. It's going to happen.
Well, it's just like the electric cars. You know, they didn't want electric cars at the moment, but now they're becoming more and more popular, and that's a good thing for environment, etc.
Well, all of this will be because it knows it's you know, we're dumb compared to a machine. You know, the machine can make a decision about what's the most effective way to drive on the road in a way that humans couldn't.
Here we go. I aggressively disagree with you there. But anyway, first of all, caveat: I've had electric cars for like I don't know, 8 years now. Yeah. 8 years. And the latest car that we've got, the BMW i3, is produced with 70% of the normal water requirements to produce a car. It's built on a carbon fiber frame, along with the interiors. The interior is fibrous recycled material. It has the lowest carbon footprint in manufacture, and the factory where it was built was built with 100% renewable energy. Just in case anybody cares. But on the on the LiDAR scan and compute devices for autonomous driving and things. We can train those models, and we actually train them in simulators, because you don't need the real world to actually train them. You can have all the inputs, the sensory inputs simulated. So therefore you simulate it on hundreds of thousands of roads and all that kind of thing. Now the issue comes down to, are you willing to let an AI take risks?
Yes.
Because if you are not, it will never match a human being.
Exactly.
Now, yes, it can work out if it could fit into this, if it puts the full throttle of the car down.
Yeah.
Will it choose to inconvenience someone? Will it choose to fit in that gap? Will it choose to take a risk? Now, the answers, due to legislation or legal requirements, are going to be no.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, when you start working out the traffic flow of an average city that was not purposefully built for autonomous vehicles, then you decimate traffic flow by introducing these vehicles. And it's just plain and simple. It's horrific.
And that's why everybody's got to be out of cars. It's got.
Oh yeah, that's the only way. 100% adoption, brilliant.
100% or none.
Yeah.
Toyota
No, I
is
agree
about
with
the
that.
only car I think that doesn't have a electric variety. And in order to combat that, they are actually now building a full semi-city that is totally what's that word? It runs itself.
Yeah.
So the cars in it, the buildings in it, everything is run by that.
Yeah, but
that's scary.
Yeah, look, just to add a little bit more to that, to your scenario over there, because I heard this in a conference that I was at on this very topic, and one of the things I was saying was, would you sit in an electric car that had to make the decision between mowing over 3 or 4 people or one? Because it had.
So I wrote a paper on I titled it with a really simplistic thing: why autonomous vehicles will be bad before they are good, and it was based on adoption rates. And it was based on the infrastructure and road layouts of a very heritage driven city versus a very new age city. Now, luckily, in the United Kingdom, I'm in Milton Keynes, which is a grid system.
Yeah.
And it has traffic lights, and it is built for autonomous vehicles. Even though it was built in the 70s, it's a paradise for them. But I also come from a town called Wakefield, where the roads are actually a nightmare, and you couldn't introduce any level of autonomous vehicles there without 100% adoption, and it'd be a benefit. Whereas in somewhere like Milton Keynes, you can. Now, in terms of saving lives and things like that, and having to make a destructive decision, I would actually say that I'd rather have a machine determine that, and whether it determines it on height and number of people for age. I would have it do it because I know that I can test. I can test 1,000 different scenarios in less than 1 millisecond compared to a human being. So in that case, yes, I would say our compute power now is well capable of doing that, and we should in cases do that.
Yeah, I think that it is a case where we'd say we're at some stage we've got to make a decision, and I think it'll happen where it is a situation where we can't afford to have people drive their own car. We just simply can't afford it. We have to have autonomous vehicles.
Well, so the issue here that I've got on my street at the moment, I live in a little village outside of Milton Keynes, is and I've seen it in the last 10 years. I bought this house off plot; it wasn't built, and I saw my little village grow into quite a big village. And now there's one house on my street that went from having 2 cars to now having 5 because the kids have grown up.
Yeah.
But it's only got a driveway for 2 cars. I've had to extend it to have a third. But they now need to park 2 out on the street. Now, the one thing that autonomous vehicles will bring is that family will be able to operate on 2 vehicles for not a lot of time. And when that vehicle isn't in use, it can be doing something else. And that I am all for.
Earning some money too,
Concerning those traffic things that you're talking about, Stingray, you said that is it just the layout of the actual towns, or is it something else? Like, could you put sort of like a strip down the road that the cars could follow?
So in my paper, I wrote a scenario. Well, I actually wrote about 12 scenarios, but one of them is incredibly common. So the premise is basically as following: you are using LiDAR, so laser ranging and detection systems, and you are also using optic sensors to figure out, along with GPS and route traffic route data, to figure out what speed you should be going, where the white lines are, where the curbs are, all that kind of stuff. Now, the issue with this is, let's take a scenario on a single lane carriageway that's got a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit. The AI can detect that there is now a new sign there that says 30. Brilliant, awesome. But now we've got a guy stood in front. We've got a parked vehicle, and we've got oncoming traffic, and we've got a little out bit where they're repairing the road, where there is enough room for 2 cars to go, but an AI would choose not to because you would say it would be too much of a risk. Now, a human being is going to stay there and say, oh, well, they might as well decide, oh, this is too much of a risk. But then they're going to start saying, at some point, I'm willing to take this risk. And now it doesn't matter that they're actually putting someone else in a little bit of danger. And let's call it minimal danger. You know, you might cause a side swipe, you might knock someone's mirror off. But at some point, this human being, based on their need to get somewhere, is going to make this decision.
Yeah.
Now, I came up with another 10 scenarios where this is the case. And you know about this because when this decision happens, someone beeps at you. You know, a horn goes off. You've just decided to pull out and disregard my convenience. You've made me break because of your needs, basically, and you got to that stage. Now, one of the other scenarios was a roundabout where you have complete and unfortunately, this is I've experienced this, like, I don't know, once a month on average when traveling into the city, where the traffic lights all break down. That's it, gone. So now the traffic light's out there, so the optic sensor cannot pick up when to go. So now it's just a case of, well, you've got to go when there's no traffic. However, on this particular roundabout, there is always traffic.
Yes.
The only way for one lane to actually move at all is to push.
Yeah.
An AI cannot make that determination easily, if at all. And you would not, the legislation requirements for it to start putting people in danger or the risk of collision is too ambiguous to have a solution for that. But as humans, we can deal with it.
Yeah.
And this is where it would fail for me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think it's an all or nothing. Frankly, it's the only way to work.
We wouldn't accept that anyway from an AI if they decided to put that behaviour in for them.
No, we wouldn't, and that's the point. That's what he said, that it wouldn't happen because for that reason. That reason.
Oh no, you wouldn't be able to program this. Like there is a point as well whereby you'd pull into a gap, and that gap will fit your car. You'll be too close to the car in front and you'll inconvenience the driver behind. They might just accept it because, hey, it's Monday morning and everybody wants to get to work. An AI will not make that decision and should not and could not.
Because it knows it can barely fit and it's got a minimum distance ahead of it and behind it. So it knows that. So it wouldn't even try.
But I think I did some rough calculations on the city of Wakefield, and I've figured out, I forget the rates now, but I kind of figured it out, and it was a little bit of fag packet math and a few assumptions, but I figured out that it would be detrimental all the way up to about 80% to introduce any autonomous vehicles in a city that is not purposefully built for it. When I say purposefully, I mean it doesn't just rely on optic, LiDAR, and GPS. There is also ground-based. There's also ground-based location mechanisms as well, such as magnetic strips or thin wire strips built into the road. Not only that, every single road modification or failure system has it built in purposefully for autonomous vehicles. That means to say that when someone digs up the road and needs to put something in there, that they don't just dig up the road anymore. They have to come up with a reprojection for the autonomous vehicle paths.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing, because it just it just wouldn't work.
Putting them into cars, that's sort of like the wrong way to go then, wouldn't it? To get the level of confidence needed. Like putting it into a house first off, with stuff that does stuff for you, like washing and the
my house, no, absolutely. My house is already like that. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's do this. Let's walk over here. I've got a bit of dirt on my floor. Okay, Google, start vacuuming.
Sure, starting Vacly.
So the vacuum's called Vacly. The vacuum is an autonomous LiDAR scanning robot that sits in the kitchen. And now it's just going to come out and it's going to vacuum for me. Okay, Google, turn off all my lights.
My Google responded to what you said.
You should have personal, Dr. Phil, there's a thing in the Google Home thing, you enable personal requests. Therefore, it isolates to your voice, so that shouldn't happen unless I sound incredibly like you, which I don't think I do.
Well, flicking the switch is too difficult, isn't it?
No, but here's the thing. Flicking the switch, I have sensors in my house, which all my lights are LED, low power LED, and I don't have switches anymore. I turn them on either by voice or my presence, because when I'm not in that room, I do not need that light to be on. So I don't go through somewhere, turn a light on, and then walk through the living room, and then let's say go to the dining room, and the living room light's still on. That does not happen. So it's a minimal amount. And these sensors as well, they're incredibly passive sensors. There is a little bit of active current running through them, but it's so minimal. One of those watch batteries lasts for 3 years. So it's not like, so I'm actually saving energy and money by having all this automation as well. Or else I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Anyway, just on this driverless car, there's a friend of mine who's in charge, who's running a driverless bus system in Australia, in Queensland. So because the bus doesn't have to make a lot of decisions about where it goes, it's on a set route. So the bus is doing quite fine drive without a driver.
Oh yeah. When it's fixed like that, it's incredibly easy.
Yeah.
Because there is very little variance, and when there is, you can actually build it into the system. So, for instance, in Milton Keynes, we've got something called the boulevards, which are just straight roads, and it's a grid system. Where inside of 2 years, we're going to have shuttle buses which are autonomous that run up and down these things, and just take people from one end to the other, and they stop at set points and that kind of thing. That's incredibly easy.
That's exactly what in Australia. We've got a few of those. So like I said, a friend of mine's running one of them.
Just to show Milton Keynes is such a dump.
Such a dump.
Oh, God, it's awful.
It's all right.
You think that's a nice place, do you?
Well, you have to define nice and the parameters for how you would rank nice. Nice to me is having a traffic flow system that is, where you can distribute traffic based on demand just by human intuition. You know that going down a V road and a H road, you know what you're doing. It's a grid system. You know that if it's piled up there, you can distribute. So it's like a piping system with 20 different open valves. When the pressure builds up, it just goes to another valve. So from a design standpoint, it's a nice city to drive around in. Visually, it's not nice.
No.
But from a pragmatic sense, it's incredibly nice.
Only they haven't carried that system across the entire town.
At the core of it, they have. So.
Well, yeah, in most of it, because I've tried to navigate around them and thinking, okay, if I go the next roundabout over and do a left, I should get over there. And then you find, oh no, you've now hit another housing estate, and that dual carriageway has now stopped.
I think you're just not good with numbers, farmers, because that never happens for me. V1, 2, 3, all the way to like 18, and H1 all the way to 20. I think it's easy. It really is.
Well, you try navigating around some parts of the middle of Milton Keynes, and you'll find that the system breaks down because they haven't continued it. Trust me.
Could I ask a question now? Yes, Stingray. With the public transport options that you were talking about for the buses, etc., are these going to have the level of accuracy necessary for the system to be able to stop exactly in the right spot on the road?
Yeah.
For the bus to deploy the access ramp to allow me to board the bus in my wheelchair?
100% yes. There's a company that runs trials and tests now that you can actually download data for. They're called 5AI. They're based in Oxford. A very good friend of mine is CTO there, and it's to control the vehicle. Because they're predominantly deployed on electric, not hydrostatic, and not direct drive. It just comes down to that. That's less of a question of optic accuracy. It's more a question of motor accuracy in some cases and braking accuracy. And with an electric vehicle, that's incredibly easy to control. So you can control these things to the centimeter. So my statement there with full authority is absolutely yes.
100%.
Because the one thing I would always worry about is the lack of essentially a member of staff on the bus to assist you if there is a problem.
Oh no, Alan, honestly, it would. I mean, I get your concerns, and the ramp would deploy perfectly. It would just be up to you to do it. Inside cameras would detect whether you're on it, all that kind of stuff. You know, I'm not a brilliant developer or programmer, and I'm pretty sure that programmers make errors, so I can't guarantee that the bus isn't going to set off while the ramp is still extended and you're on it. But the ramp will be exact. Now I'm only kidding. It'll be fine.
But then again, Stingray, once all this technology is in place, you got all these people that were bus drivers, and I remember watching on the buses. I think many of us do.
Great show, yeah.
They won't be available anymore, will they?
Well, it's the same thing with the taxi industry. It's the same thing with the heavy goods and transport industries. The issue there is, at what point, and this is a morality issue. At what point do you sacrifice technological advancements that bring new paradigms to the table that might increase safety, that might increase efficiency? At what point do you sacrifice that so that someone still has a job? And it still comes back down to money and capitalism. If you might put people. I mean, the shit way to think about it is, well, the bus drivers can retrain and do something else, perhaps become plumbers in Australia, but without, you can't really stop this, because you've just seen it throughout history in manufacturing, and it's not something that can be stopped. Yeah.
What's got to happen is to have an aggregate for the amount of work that needs to be done. So if the aggregate is now working 8 hours a day, that's got to change to 5, something like that, so that there's enough work for everybody.
Well, with that, Professor Dave, I mean, we had progress in all stages of our lives and in history. So things change all the time. And with the advances in technology, as you mentioned, and with the way the world's going, I mean, one thing about human race is we're very good at solving problems. We might be a bit late, but we get things done eventually.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm finishing up now, guys. I know we got a bit derailed from the original topic, but maybe I should have been
very sorry.
Maybe I should have been a bit more sterner and put my foot down a bit. But
I think we actually covered it fairly well in the first half, Terry. I think it was a good coverage of that.
There's a few other topics I would have liked to have further.
Yeah,
I'll do another part to this.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay.
So thanks to everyone that's out there in the peanut gallery, the Brainery, Boggs, Non Sequitur. They're still hanging in there. Demon Org. Andrew, I see Andrea's out there, and Bacon God's out there. I didn't see him out there earlier. And okay then, and who's left on the panel? Is Stingray, Cypher? I think Sheeple's gone to sleep. I'm not sure.
No, I'm here.
Okay. My mum bakes cake. The casual, I don't know. He might have went to sleep then.
Yeah, I'm about to go.
Farmer, Pip, Mippet. Didn't get a chance to talk much, but at least you're here. At least you were here. No Name to Sleep.
Thanks,
Professor Phil, Andrea. Under Radar. Who was under Radar? Uncle Radar. Who was that? With the drop bear. And Alan. Okay then. As usual, we can all go over to Discord and have a cup of coffee and wind down. So see you.
Thank you, Terry, for having the platform for us to come to.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Terry.
Yeah, thank you.
Colin was there too. Oh, Colin. Okay, I'll catch you in the next one.
See you later, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Bye.